Hey everyone, Swordsman here. Welcome to the Crimson Sakura Lounge. Come on in, my dear viewers. There's a chair and a drink waiting for all of you. So, this weekend has been quite hectic. My family was all excited with the Super Bowl yesterday. So much so that it became so much of a one-sided match that my mom started throwing a fit. And apparently, surprisingly, no one was hungover, but rather sick to their stomachs with all the junk food we ate. There was a lot of wings, deviled eggs, fried pickled dip, some caramel popcorn, a lot of brownies, a lot of sweets. There was a lot of stuff that they were eating that definitely felt like was gonna wreck their stomachs. Like, honestly, tailgate food is just that. It's drunk food. It's not stuff that's meant to be eaten. Honestly, if you think that you can have yourself 12 wings, about a half a dozen deviled eggs, and a 6-pack of Modelo, like, you're done. You're cooked. You're going to get fired. They're going to find you in your cubicle farting. Surprisingly, I was spared of that. My stomach didn't cramp up, probably because I had already taken a prophylactic measure and had some antacids the night before and took a bit of Pepto-Bismol beforehand. So I was already set. And I'm actually doing okay, all things considered. I still went on my walk. I didn't run into any problems. I didn't have any sort of bog down with energy. And I'm stepping on a probiotic protein shake right now on my Buff Pup waifu cup shaker. By the way, gamer subs, I'm free for collaborations, if you know what I mean. If you remember last stream, I tried to play Satoko-Chan when they cry. Definitely an interesting part. It's very text heavy. I know Higurashi was pretty text heavy, but this one really laid it down on him. The production quality was also much higher than what I was expecting. What I wasn't expecting too was some animated cutscenes going on. They really tried to sell it out like it was some kind of a, what do you call it? Promotional advertisement. And it really tackled on some pretty heavy subjects. I know that Higurashi also tackles on some really interesting subjects too. But this one really drives it home, which probably explains why the creator doesn't want people to stream this any further than Chapter 7. I can only assume there's some things further down that would probably make people turn heads. Sorry, I had to move away from yawning. I didn't want to tire you guys out. Surprisingly, I didn't go to sleep until like around 2 in the morning. But my energy is still up, surprisingly. In any case, I was almost ready to pull the plug on Satoko-Chan only because it stops midway part of the story. But I didn't want to leave it at that because I wanted you guys to at least have something to watch. So I think we might continue further on. I really think we can. I also... Actually, hold on. Real quick, I gotta check on something, guys. Be right back. Sorry about that. Seems like there's a lot of activity going on outside. It's mostly just cars backing into each other. As you can expect, there were quite busy crowds going on lately. And of course my phone decides to go off on me in the worst of times. And usually at times like this, I'd say there is no better of a pick-me-up than a good old mudslide. What is a mudslide, you may ask? Let me tell you. A mudslide is a chocolate and coffee drink that is usually made with vodka. It's a combination of vodka, coffee liqueur, heavy cream, and Irish cream, usually. And I really enjoy those when I'm feeling like a little extra sweetness to my booze. When people make mudslides, I see people use Kahlua and Bailey's often. There's also something similar called, I believe it's called a dirty banana, but instead of vodka, that's made with rum and banana liqueur, which I didn't even know that was a thing until recently. Very interesting drinks. It feels like we're trying to lean into that milkshake territory. You all remember Pulp Fiction when Uma Thurman ordered a $5 milkshake, which I always felt like was it a $5 or $10 milkshake? It was a very expensive milkshake. What was it called? Pulp Fiction milkshake. Yeah, it was a $5 shake. But it was also like milk with ice cream. And I always wondered why it was that expensive. Because they don't put any bourbon or anything into it. So it also makes me wonder, is there such a thing as a boozy milkshake? Because I feel like there's a lot of there's plenty of potential for like ice cream liquors or liquors infused with milkshakes in some ways. I have found evidence that suggests that you can make a mudslide into a frozen mudslide. And of course, there's a couple of recipes which involve screwball whiskey. Which I've always been on the fence of, because you know why? Screwball never tastes like peanut butter to me. I always wondered, is there even a recipe for the Pulp Fiction milkshake? So I looked at this. I have found evidence that suggests that the milkshake that Uma Thurman's character ordered was actually called a Martin and Lewis, otherwise known as an Amos and Andy, which is actually a reference to a couple of comedy duos from way back then. So let's see. The Martin and Lewis, that's actually a reference to Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis. And then there's the Amos and Andy show, which is very different. And the joke is that she basically asks for a vanilla milkshake over a chocolate one, because Dean and Martin, 2 white guys, Amos and Andy, 2 black men. So yeah, that was like an inside joke that nobody got unless you're a big time movie buff. I only know about it because I am a very obsessive and compulsive idiot. I feel like the only person that has ever tried to make the milkshake was, it was actually Binging with Babish when he attempted to make the shake, and it was actually pretty good from what I remember. I don't know if there's actually a recipe for that milkshake, because now I'm interested. So let's see. There's actually a few recipes based on it. Let's see. Bananas, plain yogurt, vanilla ice cream, extract, maple syrup, oat milk. What is up with the... No. What is up with all the vegan options? I'm pretty sure people back in the 50s weren't vegan, at least not to this ridiculous state that we're in now. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Ice cream, whole milk, yogurt, clotted cream ice cream. I have no idea what clotted cream ice cream is. What is that? What is that? Oh, it's like a very creamy vanilla ice cream. And apparently it's supposed to taste better than anything you get out of a box, which is pretty interesting. I don't know why I went off a tangent on milkshakes, because I was talking about the movie and I ended up going off a complete tangent talking about Pulp Fiction. And then I asked the question about hard milkshakes, and then it just spiraled into me wanting to find out if there was a recipe for that. And this just goes to show that my mind is very, very sporadic. Okay, this is interesting. There's actually such a thing as a Brandy Alexander milkshake. So the Brandy Alexander is definitely one of those shakes where it's a cocktail that is supposed to contain cognac, creme de cacao, and cream. So it's a much more creamier drink that has brandy on it. It's supposed to be a variation. Yeah, it's supposed to be a variation of a gin cocktail, which was just called the Alexander, and it ended up being called the Brandy Alexander, so they just swapped out gin with brandy. I wouldn't know how this goes on because, well, when it comes to brandy, it can be really hit or miss for me, honestly. Brandy's a little more harder for me. Cognac, for instance, is pretty hard, and it's expensive. And it's expensive because of the process of how it's made. So if you're wondering why cognac brandy is considered expensive, it's mostly because it has a bit of a history that dates back all the way to like the back to Napoleon Bonaparte's age. And apparently they can go anywhere from about $1,000 to $150,000 depending on how old it is. It's due to several factors. It's production process, the very expensive ingredients it uses, how very limited it is in availability. It's really one of those things that became expensive because one guy ended up hoarding so much of it in his own personal collection that they're considered like collector's items almost. I think one of the most expensive ones was sold in the UK. It was a bottle of Maisonneuve cognac sold for £200,000 sterling. So that's quite a bit of money. Let's see how much that is. Pounds to dollars. So that was in 2018. Let's see. $200,000. So that would be the equivalent of almost $250,000, like $250,000 worth of booze. And you know what? I don't think it's worth it. I generally don't think alcohol that is that expensive is worth it because, one, you're never going to use it. If you do, it's only going to be for special occasions. And three, not every customer that you run into is going to ask for some top shelf stuff unless you work at a very high-end bar. And even then, most high-end bars that I've been to wouldn't even carry something like that. That is a treat that the 1% would keep for their guests during like a really big party or an unveiling or some kind of stuff that screams, I'm the richest man in the universe. Here's something that I got that is worth all that money. And that part, I'm just going to say, look, I don't know who you are or why you do this or what your reasoning for this. I am just an average person who likes things simple. So if you think spending $200,000 on a bottle of brandy is logical, you're officially an asshole. I'm just going to say right now, I don't know who you are, but you are an asshole if you are spending $200,000 on a small bottle of brandy. Would I ever try it? I mean, I don't really touch brandy. Whiskey, rum, gin, that's my crowd. Tequila it's a bit of a maybe drink. Rum, I can probably stomach it. Gin, yeah. Whiskey, that's what I'm reaching for. I feel like everyone needs to follow the KISS rules. KISS. Keep it simple, stupid. Old Fashions, Manhattans, Gin Rickeys, Sidecars, the Bee's Knees. You don't really need anything really all that complicated to enjoy a drink. I mean, the option is there if you want to be a little adventurous. You gotta remember, though, the bartender has to know how to make those drinks. And 9 times out of 10, they usually get the same drinks every time, all the time. So when you ask for something new, that's gonna be, you better tip generously. if you go to, say, a bar that's like on the side of a road when you're on a road trip that mostly caters to bikers and passers-by, and their most common staples are beer, Jack Daniels, and Captain Morgan, don't go over to the bartender and ask them, can you make me a improved whiskey cocktail and about 10 mojitos, because you're gonna get shot at that point. You gotta know your crowd. Not all bars are equal. Some are better than others, and some cater to a different audience. And I'm not one to judge. Like, the lounge I have right here, it caters to anyone who just wants to have a moment of respite from a long day. My larger point is, read the room before you start making your orders, because you never know when you're gonna make a really tall order and the barkeep can barely keep up with that, which can lead to a very bad time. Speaking of a bad time, Higurashi, Chapter 3. So, this is a chapter I've never read. So, this one is labeled Tatari-Goroshi. And I'm going to look up what the translation for that is right now, because my Japanese is a little rusty. Let's see, Tatari-Goroshi. So that's the third episode. The third, not episode. What am I looking for? It's the third arc of the whole thing. It's also known as the curse killing arc. This is where things start to get a little crazy. Because now we saw it from Rena's perspective. We saw it from Mion's perspective. Now we're looking into Satoko's perspective. And I know what you're thinking. Why does this one involve a girl younger than the rest of the crew? And why are we doing this? Well, I'll tell you why. One, it's my stream, and I can do whatever I want. And two, well, this is actually one of the longer chapters. Not only does... So far, each chapter we've seen has had about 12 chapters in each one. I think this one's supposed to have at least one more. And if you're wondering how bad it gets, well, don't forget, Satoko is probably one of the younger ones of the entire group, with the second only to her partner in crime. Rika-chan. And this is when things start to get a little complicated. Actually, no. This is when things start to get personal now. Not only is this chapter supposed to look at someone who's very young, but it seems like Satoko has probably one of the most troubled childhoods ever. And you can take that with a grain of salt, if you will, because it's easy to see that Mion and Shion didn't exactly have the best relationship in their arc. This one, however, hits closer to home. I did a quick look at the synopsis. Definitely not for the faint of heart. So I warn you, those of you with weak constitution, if you are by any chance offended or uncomfortable looking at this, maybe you ought to dip out. For those of you who aren't and are very curious on how deep the rabbit hole goes, we'll get to that. You know, I always wondered, why did I pick Higurashi? Why didn't I start with Ume Neko, the more popular one? I felt like Higurashi deserves a little more recognition. Ume Neko definitely has a much prominent fan base. Sakonia is like the new kid on the block. There really isn't much going on right now, and because of the topics that it covers, probably not the easiest one to stream. Higurashi, however, it sits right on that precipice where just enough people know about it, but hardly anyone talks about it. It's not too new or too old. It's like right on that little sweet spot. I mentioned this before, but it really was my first taste into psychological horror, with the exception of Death Note, which, let's be honest, was what made every high school kid into an edgelord after a while. And it has some of the most hilarious written dialogue if you ever watch the English dub. Higurashi tackles on a different look in psychological horror. And it's the kind of thing that I feel is important to look at. I know not everyone has the stomach for it, but I think that's why it's unique. It's not afraid to play that little game. So, we are going to look at that game right after our mandatory break. So, get yourself something to eat, something to drink, go to the bathroom, get some chores done. We'll be back in just a moment. Alright, and we're back. Now, before we officially begin Chapter 3, I do believe I owe you guys the after party from Chapter 2, as well as a couple of tips that were left there for us. So, before we can officially begin things, let's just take a quick look at this one, shall we? Really shaking up my gamer subs right now. Let me just put this up here. That should be big enough for you guys. Let's see. Let's take a look at the last 4 of these. The Hidden Demon. The inhabitants of Hinabazawa believe that the blood of demons flow in their blood. As such, the character demon is treated very sacredly. For example, the usage of the character in names is apparently a right reserved only for the leaders of the Kimiyoshi and Sonozaki families. Case in point, we can see in the current Sonozaki family leader's name, Oryu, is written with the character. This, and only this, is proof that she is a legitimate leader of the Sonozaki family. In the same way, Mion Sonozaki, its successor, contains the character in her name, with Mi being written as such. It also goes for Oryu's daughter and Mion's mother, Akane, who did not succeed her. It's known that before the disowning, Akane's name was actually written as this, though it was changed afterwards to that, still reign as Akane. Incidentally, it's thought that the first character of Mayor Hichiro's name originally meant demon, which can also be read as key. It should be said that the names using the character aren't limited to only the successors of the Sonozaki family. You can even find it in the last names of the 3 families. For example, the characters for Kimiyoshi are likely a split-up version of this character. If you write it in reverse from top to bottom as this, it clearly resembles the character as such. As for the Furude family, who has been in the Shinto priesthood for generations, the word fortune teller can be written without interval characters, like this. I think that, with the addition of a demon's horn and the tick of the top of the character, this became that, and it's used in their names now. In the case of the Sonozaki family, where Sonozaki is written as such, I can't find any reference to the character, perhaps because it's already ingrained into their first names. They were responsible for running the Tanagashi ceremony, so I think that, instead, they include the contents of that ceremony into their last name. The Zaki in Sonozaki is a conjunction of the word for slice, and the Sono written as such probably contains the hidden meaning of human body, as it's an uncomplicated mess of organs enclosed by 4 sides. I think, in other words, that Sonozaki comes from those who slice open the gut. Very accurate. I think I know which ones we... Actually, I think we already did all these tips, didn't we? What is this? Chapter jump. Ah, right. So this is where you can go through the many days of the chapter itself. Now let's get back into what we really came here to see. The all-cast review session. Thank you very much for enjoying Higurashi When They Cry with Tanagashi. How did you like the story this time? If you enjoyed it even a little, I'm happy. Well, I loved it. A little nothing. Not again. It was a huge bad ending again, wasn't it? It is not enough to make me simply furious. I'm furious. Well, good work, everyone. Well, that's how it ended, but don't you think this story was kind of like a Mion chapter? I'm extremely satisfied with how big a role I played. You cannot call such a thing a success. Rika and I got killed too, didn't we? None of this concerned Satoko at all either. I don't want to die like that. Now, don't cry. There was a story centering around me-chan, so there will probably be one that centers around Satoko-Chan too. Foreshadowing. Look forward to it. Satoko would definitely get attacked by a crowd of weirdo bullies and abused to death. I don't want that. Bap. Me-chan, if you joke around too much, you'll make me angry too. Me has a flat chest. Your mind wouldn't understand even if it wanted to be petted. Oh, they expanded. Your body is so unchaste. Hey everyone, great work. Sorry we're late again. Tomatake-san, Oishi-san. Yes, you did a great job as well. Where are Takano-san and Shion-san? They're coming, of course. Thank you for inviting us today. May I sit here? Yes, go right ahead. With all of us here, this is sure to be the best part. Please go easy on me. Then shall we get started? Is this everyone? Everyone but Keiichi. Poor Keiichi, he never gets any screen time. Which means Mibara-kun still doesn't have a portrait. So, are we going to read the scripts from the next story immediately? How unfortunate. It doesn't feel right to leave him out. Mio-san, you don't have to worry about that. At times like these, going all out is actually a way of showing consideration. That's true, isn't it? We're all here for once. Holding a wake would be boring. Then, sorry, Keiichi-kun, but we'll take things from here. Hey, don't mind me, folks. Just pretend like I was never here. It's decided. Okay, everyone, get the cups. Does anyone not like carbonated drinks? There's alcohol for the adults, too. Rika-chan, what will you have? Cola? Juice? Me? I want what Tomatake's having. Hey! Rika-chan, you're not allowed to drink. Has everyone got their cups? If we don't make a toast soon, my juice will get warm. Who will lead me on? Rena should do it. Okay, Rena, go ahead. Then, everyone, excellent work. The Watanagashi chapter is now over. Thank you. Great job, everyone. You did it. You murdered 4 people. Okay, everybody's here. Shall we debate the story again? I think so. Then let's get some honest opinions. Does anyone here have something to say? An honest opinion. Was the story this time not an answer chapter? The criminal was Mion-san. The root of all the evil was the Sonozaki family. Was that not the conclusion? I see. I was so sure that Miya-chan wasn't the criminal. Too naive. This was entirely predictable from the previous Onikakushi chapter, was it not? In fact, it's almost shocking how predictable it was. You're right. It probably did align with most of the predictions made by the players of the previous scenario. It's like the story went exactly as everyone expected. Then, does that mean the main Higurashi When They Cry scenario is pretty much over? So, it's a sure thing that the root of everything was Mi-chan's family? I wonder. In fact, I think this all means that the theory of the Sonozakis being the guilty party has been disproven. Oh, you had the same opinion, Mio-san. I think the same way. Though, I still don't believe in curses. At the very least, however, I think the chances of the Sonozaki family being the true criminals has gone down. Huh? Why is that? Didn't Mi-chan confess that she killed everyone? That's right. She killed Rika and me. So what do you mean that she isn't the criminal after all that? I'm not trying to confuse you or anything. It's just that I think there are a lot of things that don't go along with Mion being the one behind everything. If you think about it even a little, you'll get it. Huh. I had believed the truth to be more or less in line with the Sonozaki family theory. But I'd like to hear your theory, Mion-chan. Then hear me out. Near the end, I confess that I participated in the past incidents, right? I thought something wasn't really right about that, so I guess that's my basis. I mean, think about it. If the incidents of the past were caused by the Sonozaki family, that would be crazy. I mean, wouldn't they all be perfect crimes? They were all attributed to other criminals or simple accidents, after all. Well, that's right. The Sonozaki family is very powerful, and they were acting behind the scenes. Wouldn't pulling off the perfect crime be child's play for them? That's just it. That's the weird thing. The Sonozaki family have been killing and erasing people so well for the last 4 years, they didn't even let out a hint that they were behind it, right? But the incident in the 5th year, now that was really cheap. They were killing and erasing people at random. Any idiot could have seen the connection with the Sonozaki family. Now that I think about it, you're right. The incidents in the past were all mysterious, and nobody could tell if they were because of the curse or simple crimes. But then, on the 5th year, they suddenly got really violent. I do not understand what you're saying. Rika, do you? She meant that if the Sonozaki family were the real criminals, then they would have done a much, much better job with the incident on the 5th year. So, what does that mean? Mion-san wasn't the one who killed Rika and me, but it was the work of the demon who possessed Mion-san? Come on now. Just like I thought last time, Mion-san wasn't a bad person after all, was she? That's right. Satoko-Chan and I both thought that she was doing bad things because she was possessed by something. Then, does that mean our theory was right? I've been supporting the curse theory since the last after party, and the story this time makes me all the more convinced it's true. That fact revealed at the very end. The information regarding how Mion-san and Takano-san had died days before, despite being witnessed, seemed to indeed support that theory. Oh my. I see that the curse believers who seemed unconfident last time have grown quite a bit more self-assured. Do any of those who think it was a human have any objections? Last time, Mi-chan and Rika-chan were the ones who thought it was the work of a person. Tomitake-san did too, didn't he? Okay, let's hear what you got then. You got me there. I can't quite find the right words. One of the pieces of the evidence for the curse theory is the mismatching times of deaths, right? So if I could disprove that theory, that would prove that a human did it, wouldn't it? Oh. Shion, do you have a good objection? Well, I suppose. I have the same opinion as you, Mion, that it was a human. But I don't think the Sonosake family were the main culprits either. If it's okay with you, I'll offer my objections. Oh, show us what you got. If you say it wasn't the curse, then let's hear your evidence. Okay, Shion-chan. That last trick we've been talking about. Despite Mion-chan having died the day of the incident from falling into the well, how did she appear days later to kill you and Keiichi-kun? Here it is. My Sonosake sisters' conspiracy theory. My reason is simple. If Mion was dead by that time, then the only one who could have stabbed Kei-chan was me. I disguised myself as Mion and stabbed him. Then, I went back to my room, pretended to have a tussle with a ghost, then jumped right out the window and killed myself. So when you get down to it, Mion-chan, in this case, will be the one to take the blame. She would take care of the mayor in person, and Shion-chan would be merely made into a victim. If she hid herself in the well, the disguised Shion-chan could have showed up where she pleased and murdered whoever she wanted, all planned from the start. I get it. Then Mion-san made two mistakes. First was that her corpse was found. The second was dying when she only planned to hide. That's what it would mean. Oh. Well now. You're right. There is something logical about that. However, I'm still not convinced. It was too different from the magnificent, perfect crimes in the past. Even if their plan went well, Mion would end up the bad guy, wouldn't she? She would either have to hide the rest of her life, or live pretending to be Shion, wouldn't she? That would be too constrained. You can't call that a perfect crime. You know, she has a point. In other words, whether by dying or disappearing, me would have to go away. Rika-chan, that's a good thought. That means we should consider that Mion Sonosake leaving the stage was part of their plan. That's why, at the end, Mion took the blame for all incidents in the past. She took responsibility for all of them herself, then left. By doing that, she could cover up the true culprit behind the past incidents. Which means that this incident wasn't shabby. Its purpose was to cement all the past incidents as perfect crimes. I suppose that's what it comes down to? The young leader of the Sonosake family, who was the biggest suspect, confessed to everything and disappeared. For her, or perhaps for the non-Sonosake true culprit, there likely was no more favorable outcome. I don't understand an inch of your conversation. What do you mean by Mion-san taking the blame? Is she not the culprit? Let me put it this way. The true culprit behind the serial freak death incidents was someone else. Mi-chan gave a fake confession that she caused all the previous incidents to protect that person, or so everyone's saying. My. I said this during the story, but it seems we have an incredible detective on our hands. Yes, it does seem a bit persuasive. An incident started to throw the scent of true criminal. That's my reasoning. Though if I go further, I think that the true culprit isn't part of the Sonozaki family. So it was Mion-chan disrupting the incident who further protect the mystery person who pulled off perfect crimes 4 years running then. That's right. The site foreman only appeared in name in the last story. Pretty suspicious if you ask me. Amazing. It really does all add up. Clap, clap, clap. Clap, clap. I still think the Sonozaki family and the sisters are the culprits, though. An incident caused by the sisters to sever their old fetters to the 3 families to clear away the past. That's my theory. Clearing away the past. You mean that they placed the blame for the 3 families' crime on their final leader, Mion, to put an end to a dark history, and then the 2 of them left? That's right. It would make for a sad story, where we sisters finally choose to end it after a lot of worry. I went a little too far. Amazing. It really does all add up. Clap, clap, clap. Clap, 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 clap. Wait, what? It looks like Rika-chan has an opinion too. Go ahead, Rika-chan. I have a question for all of you. Why did Keiichi need to get stabbed? We already know why that is, Rika. It's obviously because he went into the forbidden storehouse without asking. Thinking back on it now, Tomotage-kun and Takano-san probably died in the previous story because they snuck into that storehouse, huh? That is rather strange indeed. Huh? What is it that's strange? Renaissance, that's right. Won't you think back, please? That's right. In the previous scenario, they were after Keiichi's life even though he didn't sneak into the ritual storehouse. Well, that's because... yeah. Hinamizawa hates outsiders, right? That's why they try to kill Keiichi-kun. That would be strange, though. They should have attacked Kei-chan's parents, too, in that case. No matter how you look at it, though, his parents never seem to be in much danger. Either this time or the last. That's a good point. Hear that, everyone who thinks it was a human's doing? Unless you can properly explain the reason Keiichi-san's life was threatened, you can't definitely prove that the criminal was human, can you? Even with the curse theory, however, we don't know why Mibara-san was attacked this time or last time. With a little more, we would have had it. There are still a lot of mysteries remaining. We can find some kind of reason for everyone but Keiichi-kun to die. But for some reason, Keiichi-kun's death is always vague, both this time and last time. He was being targeted regardless of whether he went into the ritual star house. Then, does that not mean he was doing something that got him killed both last time and this time? I see. If we can find something in common about Mibara-kun's actions between last time and this time, it seems like all it would be is the key to unraveling these incidents. I skimmed through the stories again, but I think he's going about his life in his own way. Though aside from the part with the storehouse, I didn't spot anything suspicious about his daily lifestyle. Keiichi-kun, what did you do both last time and this time? Something bad that would have caused you to be killed. It's best to ask the person himself when you're unsure. Here we go. Oh ho! So while I was reading from the script for the next game all by myself, you were all talking about me behind my back, huh? I see. Well, that's that. Anyways, Keiichi-kun, you should try asking your own heart. Kei-chan, so what kind of bad thing did you do that would get you killed? It must surely be all the violent things he's done towards me. Squeezing my chest so tightly surely was a crime. Yeah. Being happy all day, surrounded by girls around his age, is kind of like a crime in the first place. A grave crime indeed. Mibara-san is truly an envious main character, isn't he? Switch out with me once in a while, wouldn't you? Well, with all those perks, getting stabbed at the end really isn't much of a price to pay. Excuse me a minute. Sorry about that. Alright. Sorry about that. Thought I heard the mail come in. Well, there you go, Keiichi-san. Have you remembered the crimes you committed? Both this time and last time, I lived a proper and just life, and I always meet a terrible fate in the end. What was that about ask my own heart? I'm the one who wants to know. This is bullying. How sad. How sad. I'll pet your head next time for you. I wonder if we should go back and read Oni Kakushi again after reading this one. I'm going to put myself in Mion Shun's and read back over Watanagashi. Maybe I'll find something different compared to when I read it from the Kei-chan's point of view. I will always think it was the doing of a demon. All the events and tricks can be explained with a demon. It's kind of like plasma. What did you, the readers, think about it? We'd certainly like to hear your thoughts and opinions. Through the mail? Is there an address? I wonder. Did they have an address to send in fan mail? Well, we can finally put that to rest. Still, they have a point. They never really did explain why Keiichi was always targeted. The first chapter, he was just targeted out of circumstance because, well, I guess he was asking too many questions. And then in this one, he was attacked because he went to the ritual storehouse with Tomatake, Shion, and Taino. But something about it doesn't add up. I mean, when you really look at it, Keiichi really is just a normal guy who ended up getting killed out of circumstance. Which means everything that's happening to him can be summed up as being a case of really bad luck. So, there's only one thing left to do, and that is to see what kind of bad luck he has in this chapter. Let's see if we can get this one. Firmly grasp it with both hands. Preferred language? English. 7th expansion, my beloved. Listen to the cries of the Higurashi. Oh, this is a different building this time. So this should be interesting. Interesting. Alright. Well, guys, without further ado, this is Higurashi Chapter 3, Tatari Goroshi. This is our Let's Play. The shortest scenario. Man, curse, or coincidences? How are the conjectures inside you solidifying? I look forward to whether these conjectures will waver or become a cornerstone in this scenario. The difficulty is the worst. You will probably not even be able to make any conjectures. I hate that laugh. The snake in the well was happy, for it did not care what was outside the well. The snake in the well was happy, for it not to do with what happened outside the well. And you were happy too, for you did not know what happened outside the well. Frederica Bernkonskal. This is a work of fiction. Any resemblance to actual persons or organizations is purely coincidental. 1983, the early summer of the 58th year of the Showa era. It was a very humid day. Not even a single breeze was blowing. And it had been an unpleasant summer, one that wasn't only hot but also sweltering too. There were various articles of clothing hung out to dry in the messy apartment windows, but the lack of wind evoked an impression far removed from coolness. In fact, it only felt more oppressive. There were crooked houses and apartments lining the narrow, twisting road. In addition, there were planters and flower pots whose contents were beginning to rot, as well as bicycles and cars on the side of the road, making it even more cramped, more oppressive, and all the more sweltering. Nobody who was in this place at the time was visiting it voluntarily. But in spite of what everyone might expect, a single motorcycle came rolling in. Need a little sip. The lone motorcycle, which couldn't be called neat, even as flattery, pulled up to a two-story apartment complex and stopped there. A man, fairly old and wrinkled, stepped off. When the housewife hanging out the laundry noticed him, she called out, "Well, hello there. It's quite hot again today, isn't it?" "Ugh, you got that right. I feel like I'm gonna boil out here." "Oh, right, landlord. I didn't think that would be the first thing you said." Sorry. Fluorescent lights, right? I completely forgot." "No, not that. Don't you smell it? There's a terrible smell about. I've been smelling it since this morning." Wait, what's this? It reeks! Did the sewers get backed up again? Ew. Do something about it, landlord. I've had to keep my nose plugged all day long." "You still look plenty lovely plugging your nose, my dear." There was an unhygienic drainage channel running behind the apartment. Alright, back? Alright, back on? I think we're back on. Hit refresh, guys. Yeah, I don't know what just happened. That happened out of nowhere. I think we're good now. Well, yikes, it's completely blocked. It'll start back up if you poke at it with a stick. The man crossed the fence over the drainage channel and picked up a filthy drying pole sitting nearby. He must have planned to stick it into the drain and clear it out. Wait, landlord, stop that. If you mix it all strange, if you do that, it'll smell terrible. It smells of it's clogged and it smells of it's mixed. What should I choose?" He shoved the drying pole into the filth in the lattice. Of course, it did nothing to help the accumulation of waste. Ugh, it's a dead cat. This is the health center's job. Cats and dogs smell awful when they die. A bamboo pole's not gonna be doing much good here. Garbage bags, old clothes. They throw all kinds of stuff in there. And is that a duck I see? Well, of course it stinks. The nerve of some people. The drainage channel was already unsanitary. What was a little more garbage at this point? The stream of such imprudent people was never ending, and now this channel had to be turned into a garbage dump. When he poked the pile of clothes floating in the sewage, a black cloud of smoke floated out of the water. The two of them grimaced at the terribly bizarre and repulsive sight. Ugh, we got maggots, huh? Someone must have thrown kitchen waste in. What? Landlord, what's that? What? Just more garbage. Landlord, that's... Huh? What do they find? What do they find? Oh, hello. Good work today. Ugh, what a terrible stench. Hey, someone covered this thing with a tarp. It's in plain sight of the 2-floor houses. The identity of the deceased unknown. Oh, they found a body. Sex, female. Age, estimated to be late 20s or early 30s. Time of death about 2 or 3 days ago. She was probably abandoned after death. Naked too? Figuring out who she is will be rough. Contact the community division and ask if anyone's gone missing. They probably weighed her down so she'd sink. Then the weights came off and she floated to the top. But why in a drainage sewer of all things? It would have been better under an overpass or in the mountains, you know? And it would have been outside our jurisdiction, right? But it looks like they never wanted to hide this corpse at all. Did they do it so she would be found? As a warning or something? The slice in her stomach definitely wasn't from a fish eating her. She was cut open and her insides were dragged out. They really made a show out of killing her. Doesn't the Chinese mafia do this sort of traditional punishments? Ask Shige-san in Section 4 if he's had any trouble with the Yakuza. On it, sir. Still, what a terrible way to go. Hey, don't let her innards poke out like that look sort of like the salad soba you can get in Kyoto. Maybe you stuck chopsticks in it, noodles will pop out, see? Oh, that was a bad idea. Please, give me a break. Her intestines were pulled out, and her ears and nose cut off. That's definitely not how I want to go out. Her fingers are in a bad state, too. There are long nails stuck in all of them, on both hands. What kind of torture was this, anyway? What kind indeed? I guess Mion was running rampant again. The most relaxing time during the school day? Lunch, for sure. Everyone brought their desks side by side like always, and we all ate together. Oh my. Mion-san, if I may say, your lunch looks quite appetizing today. There are so many different things, it's wonderful. Satoko and Rika-chan looked at Mion's lunch, shouting gladly. Let's have a look. Whoa. I just packed in some leftovers from last night. All the elders were having a drinking party at my house yesterday. I managed to nab some of what they didn't eat. So that's why they all look like snacks you could have with sake. They're but leftovers, mere scraps of food. But when arranged in a bento box so cleanly, they look so impressive. It looks like part of a full-course meal at a high-class restaurant. People seem to decide if they like things mainly based on their first impression. So I thought maybe the taste of a bento would be proportional to how pretty it was when you opened it. You may seem unrefined, Mion-san, but you are positively splendid at arranging food like this. Her room is nice and tidy, too. Mi-chan has a lot more organized and polite than everyone thinks. It's all the same once it's in your stomach. I'd have thought Mion would say something like that. But to think she had this kind of taste. Can't judge a book by its cover. Mion was careful in everything she did. She never misstepped, faltered, or messed up. I see. She is our club president, after all. Yours is nothing to scoff at either, Rena. Your crab kamaboko flower is pretty. You know, Rena, your lunch always has, like, an art to it. Like it has a rabbit-shaped apple slices and carrot flowers and stuff. Rena's bento wasn't all about taste. It was like, It was like she always puts the heart into it, or something like that. It wasn't just good. It made your insides all nice and warm. Thanks. It's not quite as good as Mi-chan's, but I want to make it look really cute. How? Cooking isn't about skill, it's about love. In that sense, I don't even come up to your feet. Love, huh? Yeah. Just looking at her bento, I could definitely feel that Rena put her heart and soul into making it. That's what her bento is like. The taste isn't all that counts for a bento. How it looks also matters. I suppose we must learn from this too. Huh. So, let's see Satoko and Rika-chan's up-and-coming bento. Whoa. Ta-da. Oh. Yesterday our neighbors shared some meat with us, so we ended up grilling it for our bento. These ones too. They had such an impact. They were bursting at the seams with grilled meat. At a glance, it was too impactful for a girl's bento. But when you thought about eating with all your friends, it brought more than enough color to the table. Wow. At first it looks like the kind of crude bento that a jock would eat. But there's so many different things in here. Like boiled spinach and soy sauce and stewed hijiki. Rika-chan, you're really good at this kind of unaffected cooking, huh? Yep, I think Rika-chan will make a great wife when she grows up. I have a tight hold on my future husband. A husband for Rika-chan, huh? At first that sounded appealing. It did. But I felt like a married life with her would be anything but normal. But really, everyone was amazing. They were all so young, and yet they're all capable of cooking for themselves. I would sort of cook whenever I went camping with my family, but making lunch every day was a level I definitely couldn't reach. I can only really cook in my spare time. When I thought about it like that, it really made everyone stand out more. Frankly, I respected them. Huh? I feel like maybe this doesn't only apply to the other people. Come to think of it, this morning, when I was eating breakfast half asleep, I think my mom was saying something really important. Ah! With a hysteric groan, I suddenly stood up, startling everyone at once. Oh, what's wrong? You'll make us choke if you shout so suddenly, you know. There's rice coming out of your nose, Satoko. I'd forgotten. All this stuff about cooking for yourself, it applied to me too. Oh God. Keiichi, your mom and dad need to go to Tokyo again for business. Yeah? Sleepy. Your dad's mentor fell ill right before an event he was taking part in. It's a very important event, and they'll need someone to fill in. Well, Dad does what he has to do for his job. So your dad and I, you see, we need to go to Tokyo as fast as we can to help with the event. We might have to stay there for a few days depending on what happens. That sounds annoying. While we're gone, we won't be here, so you'll need to make your own meals yourself. Are you okay with that, Keiichi? I'll be fine. Humans can do anything when they're desperate. Is that so? That's a relief. You can at least cook rice, right? And you can make miso soup as well. Then you just buy some side dishes and you'll have a meal. A meal? Yeah. I can cook rice with my camping kit. Never used a rice cooker before. I've only made instant miso soup that you make in a pot of boiling water, too. Well, I'll think of something. If you can cook for yourself, then you don't need that much money, do you? No eating out. It's too expensive. You're at the age where you should learn about cooking and personal finances now, after all. Yep. I'll get by. No, I won't! What was I thinking? I was half asleep and I made such crazy empty promises. Just like manga characters always do at times like these, I bent over backwards and scratched furiously at my head. Scratch. Huh. Keiichi-kun, your parents sure have it rough. Anyway, you need to keep things in order while they're gone. Anyway, food. My parents aren't here. I had to make it all myself, you know. This is a huge emergency. Should you not simply give up and cook for yourself? Keiichi-san, did you not make a fabulous curry dish for the curry party previously? Listen here. My mom taught me how to cook that curry when we camped, and it's the best I can do. I can't eat curry 3 meals a day. I mean, it's just junk food in the first place. There's no nutritional balance whatsoever, and it's just so completely... Stupid shh. Mion and Satoko put their hands over my mouth. A moment later, the door rattled open, and Chei-sensei, known as the Curry Maniac, suddenly poked her head in. Oh, you poor dumb bastard. Did I just hear somebody bad-mouthing curry? No, we didn't say anything like that. Nope. Everyone's faces went totally white, and they all shook their heads in denial. Her eyes rolled over to the classroom. Her glare wasn't just a teacher's ordinary stare. Is that so? Must have been the wind. Chei-sensei gave one more look around the classroom, then closed the door and went back to the teacher's lounge. It may have been shouting, but for her to hear it from all the way across the hall in the teacher's lounge, that teacher is terrifying. Kei-chan, you can disparage other foods all you want, but you might want to stay away from curry. At least as long as you live in Hinamizawa. Okay, I'm sorry. That's what I said. But still, I can't have curry for every meal. Cup ramen is good because you only eat it once in a while. If you ate it for every meal, you'd get pretty bored of it pretty quickly. Rice and miso soup and a good side dish? Yeah, that's what a Japanese table should look like. Why can't you just try to cook for yourself? Rice you make yourself really good. This old man thinks it's more of a pain than good. But experiencing it every once in a while might be nice. That's right, life is all about experiences, right? But when you cut your fingers or burn yourself, it's so sad. So very sad. With everyone encouraging me like this, I started to feel like maybe I could do it if I tried too. Though approximately one person didn't sound like she was encouraging me. Cooking is a skill I'll have to learn at some point, since I want to live on my own one day. Maybe learning now wouldn't be so bad. I'm pretty uneasy about it, but you're right. If I don't understand how to cook a few things around here, then I won't be in good shape the next time our club does a cooking showdown. Oh, you are correct. That clever trick of yours in the last curry contest won't work every time after all. As if scorning me, Satoko ridicules my comeback from a hopeless situation in a certain do-or-die curry showdown. And what are you so relaxed for? You relied entirely on Rika-chan back then, didn't you? What'd you cook at the time, exactly? You put a bag of salt in Rena's curry, a bag of salt in Rion's rice, and you flipped over my pan! I relapsed into my grudge over the last curry showdown. For now, I calm my unquellable anger by pinching Satoko's ears. Ow! My attack was because that's what they were doing for the club. I may not look like it, but I can do a little bit of cooking. Can you now? Even when you couldn't peel one carrot during the showdown and had to get Rika to do it. Don't be so daft. People get better every day, you know. If you think I'll always be crummy at cooking, then you're quite mistaken. Right, Rika? I have to watch or else I get worried about the pot and the flame. Sometimes you forget to turn off the gas, too. Everyone bursts into laughter. That shouldn't be an issue with cooking. Even I would never do that. I don't want to hear that from someone who eats nothing but cup ramen. But Satoko-chan can cook pretty well for herself, you know. Rena, it's fine. You don't need to force yourself to cover her up for her like that. No, she's not trying to cover for her or anything. It's just that Rika-chan's cooking is by far the best of all of us, so hers doesn't stand out. Satoko has mastered the basics too, right? At the very least, she can cook rice and miso soup. Well, she can't quite tell the difference between cauliflower and broccoli, though. They both look the same once you boil them. Satoko erupted into anger, making two fists and swinging them above her head. Everyone laughed a lot after that. The others don't matter. I cannot stand being laughed at by you, Keiichi-san. Yes, perhaps I do lag behind everyone else in terms of cooking skill, but at least I'm confident I never lose to you, Satoko. Not to you, at least. What was that? You have the gall to say you're confident. That's what daft here. I might seem like a good cook, but I take turns with Rika, you know. I can cook just fine for myself, thank you. I see. Good for you being able to cook. I'll buy some candy for you as a present later. I patted Satoko on the head while I made fun of her. Satoko seemed to know I was making fun of her, too, since her face went bright red very quickly and steam started to pour out of her like she was a kettle. You don't believe me, do you? Anyway, I can cook far better than you, Keiichi-san. I see. Then if you can tell me the difference between cauliflower and broccoli, I'll believe you. Come on, let's hear it. The green one is broccoli. Or, no, the yellow one. Cauliflower is red, blue, green. Come on now. What color is broccoli? It's not red, blue, green like a television. Come on, say it. Satoko can cook just fine without knowing what color broccoli is. White. Good for you. Good for you. Stupid KK. Oh, it was nothing to cry hysterically about. She's so goddamn cute. I stroked her head as hard as I could. Ruffle, ruffle, ruffle. If you're going to act so smug, then you can surely show us something better than Satoko, remarked Mion, giving me a slightly mean smile. Actually, well, I had no confidence at all in my cooking. But the situation carried me along, and I decided to deliver an impressive declaration. Just you wait. Tonight, I'll make the best darn meal you've ever seen. I'll even make a little too much and pack it for lunch tomorrow, so you'll all be surprised you'll fall over. That sounds like fun. I can't wait for lunchtime tomorrow. Rika-chan petted me on the head. Her words of can't wait sounded transparent. Rena is excited too. I promise I won't laugh no matter what you make. Alright, so maybe I'll go all out on my bento tomorrow too. Then let's do this. Let's have a bento showdown tomorrow. As a club activity, of course. And we'll throw in a punishment game too. My, what an ingenious idea that is. How is that, Keiichi-san? I'll give you one chance to bat down. Satoko wiped her tears and snarled at me, as if this was her chance to turn things around. Maybe this is bad. I feel like maybe the conversation is getting pretty out of hand. If I apologize, now's my chance. But what came out of my Keiichi Mabara's mouth was a statement so reckless it even frightened me. Yeah, you're on. My bento tomorrow will knock you right out of your shoes. Whoa. Everyone raised their voices in my surprise at my bold, confident reply. Now I've done it. What have I done? I'm so irresponsible. So, Mion-san, what sort of fantastic punishment game will we have to play if we lose? Satoko grinned fearlessly, as if to say that it was already decided to be playing said fantastic punishment game. Let's see. Okay, how about this? Whoever loses tomorrow's bento showdown during lunch break tomorrow has to go up to Chase Sensei as she's eating the teacher's lounge and say bad things about curry. Me-chan? That's... How terrifying! Everyone went pale and gasped at how truly terrifying the punishment game was. Chase Sensei is such a maniac about curry that she'd risk her life for it. And to go up to her and start saying bad things about curry? What kind of fate would await us? Just trying to imagine it was scary. And as everyone looked blatantly amazed at the terrifying punishment game, Rika-chan spoke. Tomorrow's contest will be decided by skill. Rena and Mion and Satoko. Everyone nodded deeply in agreement. Although, Keiichi-san's problem might be his own dinner tonight, rather than tomorrow's bento. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Huh. How disappointing that you can't witness what an amazing dinner I'm going to make tonight. I'll let you have a glimpse of it in my bento tomorrow, so look forward to it. That is quite a lot of grandstanding. You do know what will happen if you come to us with something terrible, right? I just can't wait. how much trouble you'll be in with Chase Sensei tomorrow, Satoko. Yes, I can't wait either. To see you, Keiichi-san, groveling before her and begging for forgiveness. Saying it all with tears streaming down your face. Yes, I can just see it now. What was that? Both of us on the verge of tears pull on each other's cheeks. Stretch, stretch. Trying to muster all your desperation by placing yourself in a predicament. Kei-chan, that's so manly. That isn't manly or anything of the sort. It is called being reckless. You can't even cook well. Rena believes in you. I'm looking forward to your wonderful bento. I'm looking forward very much to seeing Keiichi tomorrow as well. Their expectant gazes were painful. I was just trying to tease Satoko a little. How did it come to this? Yeah. You better be looking forward to it. How am I able to say such reckless things? I am being so unreasonable. What the heck is going to happen to my dinner? And the bento showdown tomorrow. No, more importantly, if they make me say bad things about Curry to Chase Sensei's face, what'll happen to me? The extreme contrast between my outward bravado and my internal screaming continued as the hot, humid June afternoon dragged on. Sometimes I wonder if he continuously does this to himself on purpose. That entire day, up until school was over, the whole time, my meal tonight and my bento tomorrow were the only things on my mind. And now that I thought about it, it made Mom seem amazing for planning 3 meals every day for a year. I've complained about it having the same meal in a row once in a while, but now I know how rude that was. Ugh. More importantly, what am I going to do about the punishment game tomorrow? Besides that, what am I going to eat tonight? Boo-hoo. Keiichi-kun? Keiichi-kun? Huh? Oh, sorry. I was just thinking about stuff. About what to make tonight? Or about the bento showdown tomorrow? Ugh. She hit the mark. I couldn't find anything to say. My facial expression made obvious the fact that she hit the mark. For tomorrow's showdown, I think that if you do your best to make a bento, you'll be fine. There's nothing superior to a bento you tried really hard to make all by yourself. Tomorrow's showdown is one thing, but what about dinner tonight? I might suddenly get food poisoning. I couldn't make any more bluffs. I exaggeratedly drooped my shoulders and heaved a sigh from the bottom of my gut. Rena laughed in a shrill way when she saw me do that. Keiichi-kun, you don't have any confidence in your cooking at all, do you? So, I've been figured out. Ugh. If it looks like you can't do it no matter how hard you try, you can always give Rena a call. Really? But only if you try really hard first, okay? You can't rely on others without struggling a little by yourself first. Rena seemed naive, but sometimes she was instructive. She didn't just spoil people unconditionally. Rena always seemed like an adult at these moments. If I absolutely can't do it, I'll call you. Though, the chances are extremely high. Go for it. Yay! You are grandstanding with so much to Satoko-Chan that you have to try your best. Hey, about Satoko. How good is she at cooking? She's at least better than you. That was so direct. It hit me pretty hard. You were making fun of her a lot, too. Maybe you should have to struggle just a little, huh? Rena, you're pretty mean. Rena isn't all cute. All cute. Now that I provoked Satoko that much, I couldn't just make some crummy bento. I can't believe how loose-lipped I am. Okay, bye. Good luck on the cooking. Show everyone that you can do it even if you really try. Yeah. I waved my hand absently in response. Leaving me with words of encouragement and a few pieces of super beginner's advice, Rena disappeared past the trees. Oh, Keiichi, what did you get yourself into? Just need a little quick hydrate check. Okay. Let's get this show on the road. There we go. Fine. I'm desperate. So what? I may not know the ABCs of navigation, and I'm neither a sea chart nor a compass. But still, one idiot is taking on the ocean of the great cooking age alone. And his name is Keiichi Mabara. Let's go. Time to cook. My enthusiasm is peerless. If energy and recklessness was all it took, I could take over the world. However, there are plenty of things in the world that can't be achieved with resolution alone. And cooking was probably the top contender. Therefore, even if I was hastily prepared knowledge, I wanted something to help me. I made up my mind and fished through the kitchen cabinets. I was on the hunt for a cookbook. My mom should have a few of them. For a complete amateur like me, the first thing I needed was information. Just like he who across the ocean needed a compass. For me, a cookbook was absolutely indispensable. Oh, here's one. Its worn out, wrinkled cover made it feel somehow reliable. Okay, as long as I got this, well, it's easier to give it a shot than think about it, right? Anyone can cut the tastes of a gourmet chef as long as they have a cookbook. Cookbooks are great. And as such optimistic thoughts filled my chest, I flipped through the pages. However, whoa. it played with technical terminology like toys. I just couldn't see how to actually make things. You knew it all along, Keiichi. If anyone can make delicious food just by reading a book, then there would be no such job as a gourmet chef in the first place. First of all, it calls for 3 teaspoons. But which spoon is that? And it keeps saying to use how much you like. How much exactly are you supposed to use? Stop using such obscure expressions. Strain out the water in a colander. Add salt and pepper to taste. What the hell is a colander? And strain it out like stretching it? You can't stretch water droplets like meat. Ugh. Besides, how much salt and pepper is that supposed to be anyway? Aren't there any beginner-friendly guides in here? It won't do you any good to yell. Cool off, Keiichi. Think calmly. Calmly. For now, I'll leave the side dish until after. The rice is more important. Have to cook the rice or I can't start. I know a little about how to cook rice. I didn't cook it with my camping kit when camping all the time for nothing. I'll wash the rice. That should be enough water. And which switch is it? Is it this button? Oh, the lamp turned on. Yeah. Fully automatic rice cookers are one of the 3 sacred treasures, after all. Now, pleased by the rice cooker setup, I pulled myself together and decided to take on the miso soup next. The miso soup I made at day camp was all the instant kind, after all. Well, it would be fine if I just melted the miso into hot water, no doubt. I'll boil the water, put in the miso. Huh? Wait, how much should I put in? Let's see here. Use a proper amount according to the number of people and your tastes. Enough with the vague expressions! Fine, then I'll just put in the proper amount. I crushed the bag of miso into my fist and put half of its contents in the pot. Was this really okay? Maybe this was a little too hearty. They do say miso soup is best when it tastes strong. Kind of think of it, my mom's miso soup is a little thin. Maybe I'll like it better with this much in it. I said it aloud as if trying to convince myself. Then, convinced by my own words, I nodded to myself. Alright, the rice and miso soup were probably fine. Next, the side dish. But what should I make? Something that I could make that would add color to the meal. That's it. Why don't I stir fry some vegetables? You can eat vegetables raw too, and they won't die just from a little bit of fire. I was so cute then, not realizing that the level of my thoughts had fallen from what would look great in a meal to what would be easy to make. There were quite a few vegetables in the refrigerator. What kind of vegetables go in a stir fry? Bean sprouts? Cabbage? Chives? Onions? Can you put cucumbers and lettuce in it? For now, I grabbed a nearby cutting board and cut them into chunks and tossed them into a wok. This has gotten pretty exciting. Is it true worth of men's cooking? Hey, this is actually getting kind of fun. All of a sudden, there's a pile of vegetables in the wok. Alright, next is the salad oil. Glug, 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 went the salad oil. It'd be more exciting to fill it to the brim. Whoops, leaked out a bit. Well, no point in worrying about something so minor. The great Keiichi cooking is exciting. Okay, let's turn on the heat. Boop. Whoosh. The salad oil filling the wok to the brim caught fire. Flames reached up to the sky. Amazing! I could be an Iron Chef, too. What if I'm really good at cooking with fire? Those words were spoken by delusion. I was saying something outrageously careless, but then the words came out. They sort of convinced me. Yes, I am an Iron Chef. Ow. Right as the crazy pillar of flame started to burn from the ceiling, I finally realized that the fabulous cooking before my eyes had accumulated into an actual life-threatening disaster. Wait, what? Could I have been doing something insane? The force of flames grew stronger and stronger. Wait, what? What? What in the world are you doing? You know how this flame is, isn't it? Somebody forcibly struck me in the back of the head. When I turned around to see what was going on, to my surprise, I saw Satoko and Rika-chan there. Eh? Satoko? Rika-chan? As I stood in wonder at their unexpected entrance, Satoko shoved me out of the way and turned off the gas. Then Rika got a towel and soaked it in water, spread it out, and placed it over the pot. She continued to soak more towels and put a second on, then a third. Once a whole bunch were piled on, the fire finally stopped. All of it happened in a few moments. Having avoided a huge fire by a hair's breadth, the three of us gasped for air. Wait. What are you doing in my house? You're trespassing on private property. Yes, well, Keiichi-san, you've been caught red-handed in the act of arson. It was just about to turn into a huge building fire, wasn't it? It would have been very, very sad if Keiichi was homeless after this. And after pretending to be an Iron Chef, I finally began to take in the situation. So, that was really about to set the house on fire? Is that not obvious? Just look at it. The ceiling is all sooty, is it not? Chimneys are the only things that should be sooty. Soga was seriously mad at me. Maybe they saved my life. According to what they said, I was so absorbed in my fiery cooking that I hadn't noticed when Satoko and Rika-chan rang the doorbell. But they could tell someone was home, so they came in to check. Thank goodness they did. Jeez. And Keiichi wonders why he always dies in all these shows. If Satoko and I hadn't come, the fire engines would have been going wee-woo right about now. Keiichi-san, do you not understand how serious this was? At some point I had sat down on my knees as if listening obediently. I'm sorry. You two saved my life. We thought we would come to see what a fabulous dinner you made. But as we thought, it's a mess. At this rate, we won't even need to look at your bento. Ugh, you're mean. So you and Rika-chan came all this way just to see what I make for dinner? Us being mean saved your house and your life. Is that not something to take to heart? Yes. I'm sorry, Satoko-chan. At this point, having shown them such a disaster, I couldn't exactly make any more bluffs. I completely surrendered. And yet you tried really hard on the curry. Where did the Keiichi-san from back then go? Jeez! Ugh. I had all our underclassmen help me then, and I just borrowed entire pots from the other teams. I didn't really cook anything. Keiichi-san, you cheated? Jeez. You know, I've been doing what our club usually does, but that was terrible. Pouring salt on the other team's pot seemed far more terrible to me. But Satoko was in control right now, so I couldn't respond. I obediently hanged my head to her. Wow. This would be impressive if it wasn't so pathetic. By the way, Keiichi-san, this terrible pot. This wasn't supposed to be miso soup, was it? Satoko stared at the pot, totally full of miso with an awful expression. So I really did get the amount wrong. Judging by the look on Satoko's face, whatever was in that pot couldn't be called miso anymore. Forget the miso soup. The rice should be cooked fine. Rice cookers these days are pretty convenient. It should be just about done. Meat. It's not cooked. See? The inside is all still watery. Huh? What? But I switched it on and the little light came on. Keiichi-san, the button you pushed was the timer button, okay? It's set for breakfast, so it won't turn on until tomorrow morning. So then what? In the end, I don't have a side dish or miso soup, or even rice. I couldn't make anything myself. Oh, it serves you right. So, have you finally realized your place? Come, admit it. Say it. I, Keiichi Mabara, am all bark and so much crummier cook than Satoko Hojo-san. I'm a terrible person and a crummier cook than Satoko. I beg your forgiveness. I fainted in agony. Rika-chan patted my head, satisfied at the sight. And Satoko laughed loudly in triumph. I've completely lost. In the end, I talked big, but I couldn't make a single dish adequately. At this rate, I'll go without dinner. And tomorrow morning, no breakfast, and no bento for lunch either. I didn't know how many days it would be before my parents returned, but at this rate, without a doubt, I'll starve to death. Meep. Of course, I'll have no bento tomorrow either. Meep. And I'm sure to get punishment game tomorrow. Meep. Rika-chan kept patting me on the head with a smile on her face that couldn't possibly get any bigger. Satoko, completely appalled at how unsightly I looked, heaved a heavy sigh. Adult men are just so pathetic, aren't they? Come on, please move yourself out of the way. As I sobbed like a girl, Satoko, displeased, brushed me aside, dumped the remains of the miso soup into the sink tidy, then began to rinse out the pot. Don't worry about it, Satoko. I can at least clean up after my own mess. I couldn't have Satoko clean up the cooking utensils I made a mess of. But when I tried to stop her, Rika-chan pulled on my clothes. Keiichi, you can be silent and just watch. She grinned as she said that. But be quiet and watch? What are you saying, Rika-chan? She meant just what she said. Keiichi-san, just be quiet and leave this to me. Satoko turned around and declared, seeming bothered. As if to say that amateurs should keep their hands off. Her annoyed expression was a little scary. Leave what to you? Satoko didn't answer. Instead, she spun back around and began to rifle through the pots in the refrigerator. Hey, wait, don't mess with them too much. If you turn the place inside out, my mom might get mad at me later. Would you be quiet already? Men aren't supposed to enter the kitchen. Rika? Aye, sir. Satoko snapped her fingers, and Rika-chan got on her tiptoes and grabbed me by the back of my neck and started dragging me away. Ugh. Wow. I never thought I'd say this, but Rika is strong. Leaving Satoko alone in the kitchen, Rika-chan dragged me back into the living room. Hey, stop! Rika-chan! Let me go already! If we lead it to Satoko, the kitchen will be a disaster. Satoko came to see how she beat you today. It's her revenge. Revenge? Kind of think of it, her face looked kind of grim. Eventually, from the kitchen, there was the sound of a faucet being twisted and a stove dial being turned on. I began to hear the nostalgic sounds that made me vision dinner time. The refrigerator opening and closing, ingredients being cut on the chopping board. What did that mean? Was she cooking? Keiji made fun of her quite a lot. Satoko wanted to show you that she could cook a proper meals too. Just listening to it like this, there haven't been any sounds of blood spilling or bursting or explosions. At this point, at least, she'd proven she was a more skillful cook than me. In the cooking showdown with Satoko Hojo versus Keiichi Mibara, it looks like victory had been decided already. I recalled Satoko's slightly annoyed expression from before. I was making fun of Satoko too much today, wasn't I? Is she holding a grudge? We were just provoking each other back and forth as usual. But I also think I maybe overdid it. At the very least, I shouldn't have made fun of Satoko, who could cook for herself. Why I never had cooked other than for recreation before. Satoko isn't holding very much of a grudge. But she came all this way to my house and pushed her way in. She's gotta be mad. I quietly peeked through the kitchen. She definitely looked different than usual bird-brained Satoko. Her eyes were sharp, movements were brisk, to the point where it was a little scary. Then she must have noticed me because she turned around and shot me an annoyed glare. I cringed in fear and hastily pulled my head back out. That's kind of funny. She's mad. She's totally mad. How will she take her revenge on me? That's just Satoko being serious because she doesn't want to fail. She isn't angry or anything. How can you say she isn't angry? I've never seen Satoko be this frightening. Keiichi-san, I can hear you. You know that? Sorry. I jumped at Satoko's angry outburst and faced towards the kitchen. I felt exactly like a kid who had done something bad and gotten called to the teacher's lounge. Where do you keep the miso? The refrigerator's so big that I don't see any of it anywhere. I'm sorry. The miso is... It's on the middle shelf in the fridge, at the back left of the lower rack. What is this? You need to close the miso package after you finish with it. It's getting the inside of the refrigerator dirty, isn't it? Ugh. I'm sorry. Before I could look for something to wipe with it, Satoko wiped it off with a wet dish towel. I swear. How are men so bad at cleaning up after themselves? I shudder to think that you'll become an adult like this. Ugh. I couldn't talk back to Satoko today. The only thing I could do was obediently lower my head and apologize. As Satoko nitpicked and I apologized, a good smell began to fill the kitchen. This is how you prepare the miso, or the soup. You scoop a little out with the ladle and break it up with chopsticks. It's important to add a little at a time and keep tasting it. Dumping the entire thing into the pot is absolutely outrageous. I'm sorry. I never paid attention in home ec class. You're pathetic. I swear. Men. I cowered at her annoyed-sounding muttering. But looking at her like this, she seemed quite good at cooking. It had just been overshadowed by Rena's and Rika-chan's artistic abilities. Satoko's skills were clearly enough to get passing marks. Hey, if you have time to zone out like that, then you can go set the table. Rika and I will be eating too, so set 3 places. On it. I hastily took 3 people's worth of dishes and such from the cabinets and headed to the dining room. When I returned there, I could hear laughter from a variety show on the television. Rika-chan was sprawled out on the couch watching television, relaxing. When she noticed me putting up the dishes on the table, she came scampering up. Dinner time is soon. Dinner at Keiichi's house. Nippa. Rika-chan, you're in a good mood. That's a pretty big difference from Satoko. Satoko isn't in a bad mood at all. She's enjoying herself more than she has in a long time. Enjoying herself? Seriously? She's like how she was when her Nini was with her. It really has been a long time since I've seen Satoko look like she's having so much fun. Nini? What the heck is a Nini? Is it a sound cats make? Nini means brother. Satoko's older brother. Satoko's older brother? Oh. He's named Satoshi. Haven't you heard his name before? Satoshi. Satoshi Hojo. Maybe I have, maybe I haven't. At least, he didn't go to our school. Satoshi, huh? Satoko's older brother. That's the first time I've heard of him. She had a brother, huh? I didn't know that. She does have one. Saying that, Rika-chan grinned even more brightly and went, Nippa, again. When Satoko was with Satoshi, she always looked like she was having fun, just like this. It really has been a long time since I've seen Satoko enjoying herself this much. However I looked at it, she seemed to be in a bad mood. But her good friend Rika-chan was saying that it actually was the opposite. Is she really enjoying herself? She must be remembering the time she spent with her Nini. It's nostalgic. Nostalgic? Huh. Then, does he live apart from Satoko? Maybe Satoko's brother Satoshi is actually a lot older than her. He must have gone off on his own way and was living by himself far away. Satoko seems like she got along well with this Satoshi person. She did. The two of them got along very well. She spread her arms wide to demonstrate the width of how well they got along. According to Rika-chan, Satoko supported her docile, slightly unreliable older brother through nagging. That was their relationship. I see. That certainly applies to the current situation. You know, I think that's actually kind of normal. Most people tend to get annoyed when they're always constantly being nitpicked left and right, but when you really think about it, that's sort of what parents do at times like that. You want your child to be very independent, and you want them to be tough. So you kind of want to let them know, like, you know, you shouldn't leave the napkins all crumbled up on the table like that, or always throw out the soda cans when you're done with them. It's just those things like that. It may seem like they're being a pain, but in reality, they're trying to shape you into a better person than what you are right now. So, hearing that Satoko had this relationship with her older brother where they were constantly nagging, it's actually a lot more heartfelt than you think. We had me, unreliable, unable to cook a single dish properly, and Satoko, who redid it while scolding me. Could Satoko have been getting a glimpse of her brother, who now lived far away, through me? So she would always nitpick whatever Satoshi did, but firmly supported him and they got along well. Today, she was the one. She suggested we should go to Keiichi's house. She said, there's no way the unreliable Keiichi-san could possibly make dinner. We need to go make it for him. Then, she didn't come here to get revenge or to get even or anything like that. She couldn't leave you alone. Even now, Satoko is a proper little sister. I was an only child. I didn't know how it felt to have siblings. Of course, I've never had a little sister like Satoko. But I felt like in that moment, I was an older brother, obediently and helplessly being looked after by her, without any teasing or messing around. I'm going to give thanks for her trouble. That's what I honestly thought. Keiichi-san, do you know where on earth the ladle is? Sorry. The ladle should be in the drawer to your right. I ran to the kitchen, got the ladle out of the drawer, and offered it to Satoko. It's all done. Have you put the bowls and things out? Yeah, everything's a-okay. Then let's have our meal. Rika, it's time for our dinner. Me? Rika-chan's effervescent voice coming from the dining room. Satoko turned off the gas flame on the stove and lifted up the pot of miso soup. Could you bring the rice cooker, Keiichi-san? Be careful not to flip it over, alright? Right. I'll be careful. I can carry the rice cookers just fine without being warned about it. I thought about replying like that, but I decided not to. No mean words or witty retorts today. Rice with steam billowing from it, and miso soup, as well as a handful of side dishes. On the table was a truly firm, family-oriented dinner. It wasn't weird at all or extravagant. It was a daily meal, the sort a housewife would make. It was very nonchalant and brimming with liveliness. Then let us eat. Thank you for the food. Satoko's command. Rika-chan and I both thanked her in a loud voice. I made light of you, Satoko. You beat me soundly. Do you have a better opinion of me now? I may not still be as good as Rika or Rena-san, but I can cook far better than the helpless Keiichi-san. Yeah, I know better now. After I honestly admit defeat, Satoko's expression finally softened, and she laughed with her normal, loud, and cheerful voice. Oh, no. Oh, the rice is cooked really well. Though she used the rice cooker, it tasted a little different from the rice my mom made. Maybe she used a different amount of water for it. Even so, I could feel Satoko's personality from the rice, which made it taste better than usual. The miso soup was a little on the thick side, but it was still delicious. The side dishes, while not exactly flashy, tasted great as well. It was all so appetizing that I couldn't stop eating. Side dishes are well done too. Satoko, you're not bad at cook at all. I gave my honest impression without a hint of sarcasm. Satoko seemed to have been expecting some because when I praised her so honestly, she got flustered instead. Your praise honors me, but it's nothing so grand. The side dishes are just things I brought out at the store and heated up. This and this. All I did was open the can. I can only really make rice and miso soup myself. Satoko said, embarrassed, her face a bit flushed. There was none of her normal verbal abuse or sarcasm in it either. I can't make anything except rice and miso soup, but when you get the ready-made side dishes and put them around the table too, it turns into something fairly splendid. My mom used ready-made side dishes and canned goods too. It's nothing to be embarrassed about. This is a fantastic dinner. I gave her an honest praise. I never met Satoko's brother, but Satoshi would have probably praised her in the same way. Well, I suppose it's enough now that you've come to realize I can hold my own in the kitchen. Would you like seconds? There is plenty of miso soup still left. Huh? Did that brat just awkwardly change the subject? When I realized my response had been on the mark, it made me a little happy. When we eat rice like this, it's fun, like we're eating with Satoshi. Higurashi mentioned Satoko's older brother's name again. Satoko's chopsticks paused and she looked up at the ceiling. How nostalgic. I wonder what he could be doing right now. She had a faraway smile, as if yearning for a friend who had moved away. From how it looked, I got the impression she hadn't seen Satoshi in quite some time. Satoko realized I was giving her a blank stare. I do apologize. Satoshi is my Nini. No, my older brother. Ah, okay, I see. Nini must have been a nickname only Satoko used for him. It was funny to see her hastily deny it. I was rather surprised a person with such few living skills had the ability to run away. Well, I'm sure he'll pack up shop at some point and return out of the blue. So, he ran away? There was another story to what Satoko had said so cheerfully. The reason for Satoshi not living with her was a little serious. Everyone had been talking about it in such an upbeat way, so I continued to talk about him. Should I not have broached the subject at all? I hastily took a look at Satoko's face after thinking that, but there was no trace of the gloomy expression I had been worrying about. Well, he's not old enough to be dreaming of living on his own. Nini won't be able to do it for long anyway. He has no endurance. Satoshi may not look like it, but he's a very preserving person. He's a lot more preserving than you think. Rika, you always take Nini's side right away. You're a little too nice to him. Satoko is just too harsh on Nini. You should treat him more kindly when he comes back. Satoko and Rika-chan's views regarding Nini, aka Satoshi, were parallel to each other. But I could easily tell that both of them really liked him. They were so optimistic too. Even though he had ran away from them, it was like they were going to see him again next week. Satoko and Rika-chan both liked Satoshi even now, and waited for him, believing he would surely return. I've never met him, but I know for sure that this Satoshi person was a really good guy. I had thought Satoko would be deeply hurt by her brother running away, but she had already overcome that. She was still the energetic little sister, always full of vim and vigor, as if to say that her brother could come back at any time he liked. I thought that Satoko didn't think through anything, and just frolicked and played practical jokes on every day, and that was it. But she was really... yeah. Why are you petting my head? I roughly rubbed a hand on Satoko's hair. I misunderstood you, Satoko. I didn't know you were this level-headed. Satoko seemed to think I was making fun of her and tried to bat my hand away. But then she saw that there wasn't even a trace of malice on my face and obediently granted me her head. Yep. Satoko's level-headed. She sure is. I've been level-headed from the start. I was just playing pranks on you because you always do it to me. There was her usual provocation, but I decided not to buy into it today. You're right. You were just doing it to go along with me. But you really were so level-headed. Good for you. Is that actually a compliment? It's kind of... seems like you're making fun of me. I'm not trying to make fun of you at all. I'm seriously complimenting you. Because if I was making fun of you, Rika-chan would be petting your head too. That's right, isn't it? When Rika makes fun of people, she usually pets their head. Meat. These canned sardines are delicious. Rika-chan went neep-ba, and her smile became even brighter. Her attitude was clear as day, but it was all annoyingly cute. So Satoko and I suddenly burst into laughter. That laughter lightened up the table. The table itself is so dull and simple that I never even thought people could be laughing like this around it. And then I finally came to realize something really obvious. Dinner is better if you're laughing while you're eating, huh? Of course it is. Laughing makes it taste better. How rude. The food is good because I'm a good cook, obviously. This harmonious moment, this happy circle, is completely different than spending time with family, but still somehow nostalgic. Satoko, do you want to see old time? I grinned wearily and just decided to call him brother like she told me to. Satoko, do you want to see your brother? Rika-chan stopped eating, then looked back and forth at my face and Satoko's. Satoko was smiling. She looked like she was trying to choose her words. Just from that, Satoko conveyed her feelings. Honestly, she wished he would come home right now. But she wasn't that weak. Satoshi should just do what he wanted until he was satisfied. In return, she let him have the scolding of his lifetime. And then she'd have dinner with him and lay out his futon for him. Well, of course I want to see him again. It's been almost a year. It's been that long already. Rika-chan smiled thinly, her eyes appearing to look far away. Well, Nini can do what he wants. It would lighten my load if he came back with more muscles and knowing how to do the housework, of course. See? You said Nini again. You said it. I did not. I would never call Nini Nini. Things rapidly returned to the usual lively atmosphere of lunchtime at school. But nothing changed about Satoko's feelings toward her brother. She was living so bravely, so strongly. Hey, Satoshi. Your sister is trying so hard to watch the place while you're gone, isn't she? Give it a rest. Come back soon, okay? Satoko, it's time to clean up, or else we'll get sleepy. It was when we were all watching TV while enjoying some tea after dinner. Rika-chan let out a big yawn, then spoke. Satoko and I then looked at the clock and noticed how late it gotten. No, perhaps we both realized it already. We just didn't want this warm moment to end. Maybe we didn't want to say anything. Oh, this will not do. I still haven't washed the dishes yet. Don't worry about it. I can do that much, at least. You made a great dinner, so I can't let you do the dishes, too. Are you sure you'll be alright? When people who are not used to it try and wash them, the soap can make the dishes slip out of their hands, you know. Jeez, she turned into a perfect nagging little sister. It was charming and awkward. Emotions like that were all mixed up inside me. I gave a vague, dry smile. Keiichi can at least wash dishes. If you break one and hurt yourself, I'll give you pettings at school tomorrow. Rika-chan yawned again, so wide you could see her molars. Is that really alright? Keiichi-san is pretty unreliable despite how he looks. Give me a break. Huh. Looks like Keiichi's approval rating has plummeted in Satoko's mind. Don't worry. I'll clean up those dishes, no problem. So don't worry about it and go home. Actually, at this hour, I can't let you two go home by yourselves. I'll take you there. Let me find the key to my bike. Once you've taken us home, Keiichi-san will be the one going home by himself. Jeez. You'll be in big trouble if you get lost on the roads at night and end up in Takatsuo. There's no houses or lights out there at all. I was trying to worry about them going home, but I didn't think they'd be worried about me getting lost. Am I really that unreliable? She really is being critical, but yeah. This feeling I have, it's not bad. So I ended up not needing to escort them. I saw Satoko and Rika-chan to the gate. Thanks a lot for today. Thanks to you, I got a good cultural dinner. If Satoko hadn't come, Keiichi would be growling and yelling all right now. Truly, it's good we came. They really did save me. I gave them another bow filled with gratitude. Oh, yes. I put the rice and side dishes into a container, so you can use that for your bento tomorrow. And for breakfast, you can eat some bread and jam. Strawberry jam and peanut butter were in your refrigerator, on the middle to your shelf on your right. Cocoa powder, too, was in the upper right door of the cupboard. I know all that. You don't have to go into detail. I was about to say that, but I decided to humbly listen to her. It was then that I realized that Satoko, who had appeared to be in a bad mood, was in fact in a great one, just like Rika-chan had said. And though she nagged a lot, She was very kind. Then good night. Make sure to brush your teeth before you go to bed. You have to do it at least 5 minutes. I got it, Satoko. I'll brush my teeth and make breakfast for tomorrow. I'll be sure not to forget the bento. You need to wake up earlier than usual, or you won't be able to get your breakfast or bento ready. Got it? If you like, I can give you a call a little earlier to wake you up instead of using your alarm clock. You don't have to go that far. I'll set my alarm clock to wake me up a little early. Thanks for being so concerned about me. Satoko looked like she had more fault finding to do. But she stopped and, leaving me with a good night, she got on her bike and disappeared down the nighttime road. Rika-chan went to do the same, but then remembered something and came back. What's wrong, Rika-chan? Did you forget something? Keiichi, you get 100 points for today. Clap, clap, clap. Rika-chan suddenly complimented me. She clapped her small hands. What was she on about? I didn't do anything worth of praise, did I? I nearly burnt down the house after all. Satoko probably felt like her Nini had come back home. I think she was having a lot of fun. Once in a while, I want you to go along with Satoko's scolding in the future. Are you telling me to be like an older brother that she can scold? Said Satoshi. Rika-chan didn't say anything. She smiled and went all nippa. The Satoshi person. He's such a great little sister, so what was he unhappy about? If I were Satoshi, I would have never run away from home. Satoshi had his own circumstances, I'm sure. I didn't know what he was unhappy with, but whatever the reason, it was no excuse for abandoning Satoko. I hope he comes back soon. Probably can't play the role of her actual Nini forever, you know. It's okay. You were just like Satoshi today. Please do it again sometime. If that's what would make Satoko happy, I'd take on this role whenever I needed to. Rika! Satoko stopped her bike under a distant exterior light, called out to her friend, who wasn't coming no matter how long she waited. Okay, I have to go now. Good night. Yeah, night. I can't replace Satoshi, but Keiichi should do it. That's one less piece of baggage I needed to my shoulder. Leaving me with that, Rika-chan sped off on her bike. She rode up next to Satoko, then the two of them disappeared in a blink of an eye. Satoshi, seriously, come back soon, got it? If you come home really late, I'll punch you right in the nose. Let's try our best until that day comes, Satoko. Even I can no longer hear the sounds of their bicycles. I stood there for a while, seeing them off. That's actually quite interesting to see that kind of contrast with them after so long. You're on fire. That's stupid, but I like it. Okay. Let's take a look at the tips. Satoko's Trap Course, Elementary. I know one thing for sure. Satoko could fend off an entire army division by holding up on this mountain. I know all about it. Satoko was one of the Soviet military advisors that gave training on traps to one country. Stop saying weird things. Somebody help me! How did it come to this? What traps did we fall for? And how did we fall for them? Mion was caught in a profusely thin pitfall she couldn't escape from, and only her head was poking above the ground. Rena's head was completely covered by a tin bucket. She was squirming around in vain attempt to remove it. Either these really funny, but that's where it ended. At least they had their feet on the ground. K-chan, what about you? Think you can get out of that? Hurry up and get out so you can save this old man. You're the one who should be breaking out and saving me, Mion. What do you expect me to do in this freaking bamboo mat? I was wrapped up in a bamboo mat hanging 2 meters above the ground. What was this trap and how did I fall into it? Huh? It was Satoko. This all started when they suggested that I was unfamiliar with nature, having grown up in the city, and proposed a little exploration on the mountain. But Rena doesn't really know how it is back there either. Rena might get lost. How? The mountain out back, huh? I played there a lot when I was little, but I haven't gone back there in years. If you get lost out there, things can get pretty dangerous. You can leave the mountains to us. The whole thing is our playground. Isn't that right, Rika? Mew. Oh, I see. How reassuring. We'll defer to you two this time and have you be our tour guides. Wait, Keiichi-kun. The summer vacation guidebook says not to play on the mountain because you'll get lost. Isn't it summer vacation yet? So it's alright. We know the past, so there's no need to worry. The mountain has always been our playground, our backyard. We know all the secret paths and shortcuts. Yes, both Satoko and Rika-chan knew the path like the back of their hands. Thanks to them, we had our fill of fresh air, gorgeous views, and Mother Nature, the likes of which you've never seen in the village. Oops. But things got pretty strange partway through. Oh, yes. Everyone, I have something to say. From here on, you must follow exactly where I go. Huh? What are you talking about all of a sudden? It would be safer to do as Satoko says. Oh, my. Hey, Mii-chan, look at this. What is it? Should I pull it? Should I? Suddenly. Squeak. Crash. Oof. When Rena pulled the kite string, a bundle of bamboo spears fastened to a tree branch all came raining down with a clatter right next to where Rena was standing. Ah! What is this? What? Ah! That brings back memories. Satoko made this trap in the second semester of 2nd grade. That was a close one. The tips of those spears are covered in dog poo, so if one of them hurts you, the wound would start to fester. When did this turn into frickin' Vietnam? According to Satoko and Rika-chan, earlier in elementary school, Satoko had been on a trap-making craze and set them all up all along every inch of this mountain. Keiichi-kun, maybe they didn't tell us not to go on the mountain because we get lost, but because it was dangerous? Mion and I both nodded wholeheartedly at Rena's hypothesis. Come now. We are hurrying on ahead. If we do not return soon, it'll get dark. If it gets dark, it may become even dangerous for me. But you're the one who brought us to this crazy mountain. Why was an average, healthy Japanese boy like me being forced to deal with life-threatening booby traps? Booby. And then, the very moment Satoko and Rika-chan had gotten out of sight was when the three of us all got caught in nice little traps together. Someone get me out! I have to go to the bathroom! Never mind that. Somebody get the bucket off of me. I can't see in front of me. How? Wait, Rena, don't struggle around so much. I can see your panties. How? You saw? You saw? Kenji-kun, you saw it. How? Jeez, what the hell? Of course you can see them. You may be in a bucket, but you can definitely see... Ow! Bucket Rena was using me as a sandbag, and Mion was crying. You can't get out of the pitfall? How sad. How sad. Jeez, didn't I tell you all? You weren't supposed to leave my side. I finally had an epiphany. Satoko had been so bent on taking everyone out to the mountain because she wanted to brag about all the traps she set up over the years. You could have just stopped at showing them to us. I didn't need to experience how it felt firsthand. Rika-chan petted our heads in sequence, in an incredibly satisfied mood. You know, I'm starting to suspect that maybe Satoko will grow up to be a serial killer sometime soon. Alright. Before we continue, I need to refresh and get myself something to eat. So, I'm just gonna go really quick. You guys just chill out for a bit. Meantime, just listen to this lovely, wholesome music brought to you by the lovely people of 7th Expansion. was going? Alright. Sorry about that. Slimy EXE4, welcome to the Crimson Soccer Lounge. Hope you enjoy your stay. I think we'll continue on for a little bit. Hey, Reggie, welcome on in. Hope you enjoy your stay. I think we're going to continue on for a little bit longer, just until we get to the next endpoint, and then we'll call it good. Already saved. So, let's continue on with this new and improved, air quotes, new and improved Satoko-Chan. Okay. Anyway, lunchtime has finally arrived. Mion gleefully announced the beginning of lunch. Oh, lunchtime at last. Someone here will have to play the punishment game, yes? How? The punishment this time, it's a little scary, so... Sorry, but Rena went all out on making her bento. In Rena's case, I don't think she'd lose even if she wasn't taking it seriously. We tried our hardest, too. Satoko and Rika-chan made separate lunches today? Usually you have the same bento, but that won't do for the showdown today, will it? Yes, it's quite alright. Rika and I made sure to be separate ones. Wow. Satoko-chan and Rika-chan both were tired and tried really hard. How exciting. What's a little surprising is that Kei-chan was able to make a bento. Good job, Kei-chan. It looks like you really can do it if you try. I scratched my head and gave her a dry smile. My bento today had been entirely made by Satoko last night. It had none of my personality, so there wasn't anything there that they could praise me for. What does Keiichi-kun's bento look like? How? I can't wait to see. Don't expect too much. It's just leftover rice and side dishes from last night. Leftovers are the foundation of bentos. You know, she has a point. Usually bentos are made of whatever you can really get out of the day. There's usually rice, some meats and veggies, maybe a side of eggs and miso if you so desire. There's one thing that's consistent of every bento, though, and that is that every bento has to have some sort of rice dish. Japanese cuisine has always been, it's not a real meal if there's no rice in it. Oh, now we'll know your dinner last night, too. We'll kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Was it really better to hide the fact that Satoko came over and made me dinner last night? Well, of course it was. If I revealed that I didn't make my own bento, I'd be sure to end up playing the punishment game. Today's punishment game was to stand right in front of the curry maniac Chase and say bad things about curry. It wasn't too different from telling someone to jump out of a 100th story window. It was exactly the same as telling someone to die. Pardon me. But Mi-chan, how will we decide who wins and who loses the bento showdown? Keiichi-kun made his own too, so maybe we should call it a draw for today? We could do that. The punishment game yesterday was sort of a what to encourage Keiichi-san to cook for himself after all. And Keiichi made his own too, so it's a draw. My simple bento with last night's leftovers could never have stood up to everyone else's bento that made to win. I fully understood Satoko and Rika-chan's concern for me as they try to end the showdown peacefully. However, the club president, Mion Sonozaki, would not be convinced by something like that. I wonder why all are so optimistic. Leaving one of our showdowns in such a gray area is out of the question. Now that we've clashed, we must settle the score. Reconciling with a draw only happens in the Yakuza world. I knew you would say that. There's no way you would end it that way with your battle lust. This was bad. At this rate, I was sure to be the sole loser. But, well, I didn't make this bento after all. Maybe I need to resign myself to my inevitable loss. Okay, me. How are we going to decide who wins? It won't be fair if we grade each other's. Let's do an open judgment. Okay, everyone. Assemble. Mion commanded everyone who had just started eating using her club president voice. Come and judge our 5 bento. Write your favorite 3 on a piece of paper and submit it. Understand? Everyone in the class was used to being dragged into Mion's club activities. Yet, came the energetic voice from here and there. Everyone already knew that the showdown this time involved an utterly fatal punishment game. And they were all very interested in what would happen to whoever lost. Of course, they wanted the thrill of seeing something terrifying. Okay, everyone ready? Then I'll go first, alright? Ta-da! In exaggerated fashion, Mion pulled the lid off of her multi-tiered ornate bento box. Jeez, what is this? The Taj Mahal? Multiple cheers of joy erupted at the brilliant sight. That's amazing! It's just like New Year's food. It can't be. It has to be a lie. She must have switched the contents with a catered bento. Such purely Japanese cooking. Mion Sonozaki couldn't possibly have made this. Nope, this is easy for Mi-chan if she gets serious. She almost never gets serious, though. Just who do you think this old man is? Given enough time and ingredients, I could even reproduce the Manchu Han Imperial Feast. The entire classroom gulped audibly, and everyone wrote down a score on the notepaper in their hands simultaneously. It made sense. Just the visual impact would give her a perfect score. Alright, let's see Rena's next. Rena's really good at cooking too. Rena's bento is always like a flower arrangement. Thanks, everyone. I'll reveal my bento now. Eep! Rena's bento was a beautiful mix of the 2 colors of egg and minced meat, and it too was a bento staple. The Soboro bento. She had been through with the side dishes as well, and they were abundant in number. She had spent more time than usual on it, but was unassuming her truly nonchalant. One couldn't ignore the household warmth in it that Mion's bento lacked. If I may say, You've done it again! This should get quite a high score. I should have known. It may look rigid, but there isn't anything to deduct points from. Amazing as always. Once again, everyone from the judges wrote a score on their notepaper at the same time. There seem to be some who are revisiting their opinions when they compare it to Mion's score, too. The whole classroom seems split between Mion and Rena. And on everyone's faces, it was clear that they all wanted to be tasting them rather than scoring them. Then we'll be next. Yes! I will now reveal mine. Kinda think of it. Satoko and Rika-chan ate with me last night at my house. It was impressive that they still made a bento. Both their bentos were clearly lacking compared to Mion's artfulness and Rena's perfection. However, because of that, you could sense from them how hard they worked. The toppings were a little on the rough side, but you could still feel that they tried their hardest. It made you feel a little biased, so you'd give them more points. A few people struck by just that once again revised their opinions and wrote in scores on their notepaper. Satoko, Rika-chan, you both made really good bentos today. They might not measure up to Rena's or Mion's craftsmanship. When you think about it, they're pretty amazing. Satoko and Rika-chan glanced at each other and grinned happily. This is a secret, okay? Eh? What? When Satoko told me, I broke off from the others and secretly looked for my classmates' bento boxes. There, Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun's bento boxes. I took a quick peek inside and... Huh? Half of the contents were missing. Not bad. In the end, Satoko and Rika-chan hadn't made bento today. A bold move. They got Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun to share their bentos with them. Hey, Tomita-kun, Okamura-kun, how did they buy you out? What are you saying, Meibara-san? When did we get bought out for? And what for? That's right. It's not like we traded them our duty watering the garden for half our bentos. Curse you, Satoko. What an impudent trick. Satoko grinned, showing her fangs like canines, and laughed in triumph. Oh, this is only something I learned from you, Keiichi-san. Oh, yes. Oh, how naive. Buying them out with watering duty alone. They're men. If you're going to buy them out, you need to use something a lot spicier than that. For example, like giving them 3 tickets to walk Satoko and Rika-chan around like dogs all day, with them on all fours wearing tails with leashes around their necks. Jesus, Keiichi, not in front of the kids. Well, that might be enough to get me to do anything? As I was lost in my wild fantasies, Mion clapped me on the shoulder and called me back to reality. Damn, it was just getting good. Alright, next up is Kei-chan's bento. We're all hoping for something pretty great because of your declaration yesterday, but how did it really turn out? Keiichi-kun can do it if he needs to. Rena was really excited for today. Today! They all were looking forward to it. But it really is just leftovers from dinner last night. I didn't even make it either. How is that supposed to stand up to Mion and Rena and the others? That's it. Feast your eyes on this. I tore the lid off my bento box. There weren't very many cheers. I would imagine it would be like... Woo! Keiichi! Yay. Well, I guess there wouldn't be any. Keiichi-kun, you tried your hardest too. Rena can tell how hard you worked. Rena, don't feel like you need to compliment me. How did this happen? Was Keiichi-san actually a hard worker after all? Well, I mean, I want to acknowledge how hard you tried, but for this showdown, it doesn't matter. Mion's cold, mean laugh. It was like it spoke for everyone's opinion, just like that. Keiichi-kun did really well considering his first challenge, you know. I think maybe everyone should rate his a little higher. But for the showdown, it doesn't matter. Alright, Kei-chan. If you have any last words before we tally up the results, I'll listen to them now. What do you mean by last words? I mean, that you might be hoping for a few extra points if you appealed to the crowd somehow. After all, for today's showdown, you just need to avoid coming in last. Do well enough, then maybe you'll be able to worm your way out of the punishment game. Oh, you are implying that Keiichi-san's bento is going to take last place, aren't you? No, this old man wasn't trying to say anyone's bento came in last or anything. Mion's cackle repulsively. Oh, that was my... Yep, that was my cup. 1 second. This desk is bigger than my last one, and yet I still knock over things down. In contrast, Satoko's smile was growing somehow awkward. Oh, right. This bento was filled with last night's side dishes. That means it was basically a bento that Satoko made. And Mion outright said it would come in last place. Mi-chan, aren't you being a little mean? Poor Keiichi-kun. Rena, Kei-chan knew he couldn't lose today's bento showdown beforehand, didn't he? He did all the grandstanding yesterday, well aware of that. I don't think there's any reason to go easy on him, do you? Right, Satoko? Yes, you are right. And he came here with this mess. It makes you laugh. Oh, Wait, Satoko-chan, you can't laugh at him. But that bento is so ridiculous, I can't help but laugh. These side dishes look like they were bought from a shop. It's really disillusioning. Look, this one was just taken out of a can, wasn't it? This cucumber here isn't cut cleanly, like the knife didn't go all the way through. Kei-chan, you never used a knife, did you? You lack experience is apparent. No, this goes beyond a simple lack of experience. The presentation is fairly monotonous as well. It's almost a shock to see such a lack of taste. It was my first experience putting food into a bento box, so Of course it's not going to look too good. Ah, K-chan, K-chan. There's a bigger problem than how you put it into the box. Tomita, Okamura, explain, please. Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun were chosen from our many underclassmen. Tomita-kun quickly adjusted his glasses and took a step forward. The fatal flaw in Mibari-san's bento. It's the coloration. As you know, there are three primary colors forming the basis of all colors. So if you want a well-balanced color scheme, then excluding white and black, you need those three colors. And nevertheless, if you remove the white and black from Mibari-san's bento, all that would be left is dark green. Ah, dark green. No one will want to eat that if you describe it like that. I had forgotten. Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun have been bought out by Rika-chan and Satoko, so they were trying their hardest to let them win and make me lose, weren't they? Gah! What strong wills they have. It was charming, if only because they were working so hard despite having been bought out. The side dishes have no spirit in them either. They're all pre-packaged or canned foods. In other words, out of the three necessary requirements for a bento, love, spirit, and taste, we can assert that Mibari-san's bento is lacking two of these. The classroom, convinced by the elucidation of the mystery that we're thoroughly baffled with, raised mysterious groans of admiration. No heart and no spirit. It's decided then. Keiichi Mibara. This may sound cold, but if you realize how much fun cooking is because of all this, Keiichi-kun, isn't that enough? Enough? In any case, everything is fine as long as I'm not doing the punishment game. Rena was given a dry smile as well. Oh, it's been settled, Keiichi-san. You're going to be the one doing the punishment game. Oh, she laughed in such a vile manner, but she didn't look like she meant it. I knew that Satoko was speaking ill of a bento that she practically made herself in front of the whole classroom, and I could tell how painful that laughter was. Okamura-kun said this before, that this bento lacked spirit. But among all the bento laid out here today, there wasn't a single one with as much spirit as this one. This meal that she made for me yesterday in such a good mood, though it looks like she was in a bad one, I won't let it end with this slander. Well then. Last place, Keiichi-san. Please admit your honest defeat already. Could you wait just a moment? When I began to speak in a low voice, the expression of all the members of the club changed. Mion clicked her tongue. This man was baring his fangs at the last moment again. My bento was defeated because it lacked spirit. That's how you explain it. Am I wrong, Okamura-kun? Okamura-kun, who had suddenly been placed in the spotlight, looked flustered for a moment, but immediately he stammered and replied that I was right. How do you measure spirit? By difficulty? By effort? By sweat or tears? By its manifestation? Then how would you rate these burns that are still on my hands? Wow, Keiichi-kun, those are oil burns? Great. The burn marks from when I almost caused a fire yesterday look like they I was having a ton of trouble cooking. I could clearly tell that the classroom was forced to acknowledge the effort I put into it. I see. To turn your failures at cooking due to a lack of skill into scars of hard work instead. As I thought, I cannot falter around this man. That's right. I lack skill, so I am bad at cooking. That my grandstanding yesterday was pitiful. But I didn't run away. I fought. And I delivered these results. Is that not spirit? What do you think? Rena wants to acknowledge it. Nobody can keep going on if their divine spirit doesn't get valued. The girls in the class started to nod in agreement. Okay, tables are turning. But Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun, bought out by the objects of their unrequited affection, weren't about to lose either. They shifted to counterattack, clearly exceeding the price they were paid. I see. I understand your feelings, Meibara-san. However, if spirit was all that mattered in cooking, the world wouldn't need chefs. That's right. If a chef brought you burnt steak and they said they put their spirit into it and tried really hard, would you pay them? You wouldn't, would you? It's the same thing. That's right. That's how it goes. Male students took Tomita and Okamura's side. They did have a point. What about consideration? Even if you did get a totally black steak. If I knew how much the mother who made it struggled, I would eat it. I would eat it all. This time, the female students in the class took my side. Good. Now we're even. Besides, a bento is a refinement of one's love given form. It only means something when the other person feels that way. Does your bento make us feel that way, Meibara-san? No, it doesn't make me feel that way. You're mean. The girls in the class began to boo loudly at his remark. Now even Okumura-san was panicking. Order! Will the spectators please refrain from making remarks? Your Honor, in order to prove how much of my spirit has gone into this bento, I call Miss Ryugu Rena, an authority in the culinary arts, to the stand. Rena thinks this bento has spirit in it. It might be rather artless in places. But I think cooking isn't about outward appearances. The girls in class again gave cries of support as they applauded. In response, all the men in the class began to boo. Your Honor, the opinions of Meibara-san and Ryuko-san are extremely sentimental and aren't in following with common sense. They are unsuitable as evidence. Order. The prosecution's objection is sustained. Go ahead. Ahem. Let's replace the bento in question with a birthday present, for example. Let's say on my birthday, I, Tomita, received a hand-knitted sweater, and he, Okumura, received a bookstore gift certificate for 10,000 yen. That felt strangely real. Was it actually just an example? Common sense dictates which of them has the spirit. It is, of course, the hand-knitted sweater. If we went back to the bento, this would be handmade side dishes. And the gift certificate, which is nothing more than money, allows you to buy things. In other words, it's the same as simple, meaningless, canned goods. Yeah, he's got a point. Yeah. You know what? You're right. The boys and girls all began to argue amongst themselves about presents. They were all talking about what they received as presents in the past. Damn! McSchwartz, hey, welcome on in. Hope you enjoy your stay. This suddenly became a Phoenix Wright game. It certainly feels that way, doesn't it? You know, I'm so glad that I don't grow up in a society where bentos were the meaning of life and death, because if I tried making a bento, you guys would feel pity upon me. I'll lose the initiative at this rate. Objection! This matter regards the spirit put into the bento. It is entirely different from birthday presents, as they are each unique situations. Overruled. Will the prosecution please continue? Damn! Now then, what's important here is the fact that the spirit of the giver and the spirit of the receiver are totally different. Between the handmade sweater that looked a little bit askew and the 10,000 yen bookstore gift certificate placed here before your very eyes, which would you say is the better choice? The gift certificate, right? It's 10,000 yen. 10,000! Can you calculate how many comic books you could buy with that? You can instantly complete a full collection if it was around 10 volumes long. Dozens of happy, humorous, slightly perverted manga. The bliss of your soothed heart can't be compared to that of a sweater. The boys unanimously praised with applause. Materialistic brats. But all guys that age are like that. To be fair, a lot of times when I got birthday presents, whenever I asked what I wanted, my first response is, just give me cash. I was a very weird person back then. Even I would choose the gift certificate over the sweater in that case. Hey, wait. Weren't you guys the ones who said it was about love, spirit, and taste right at the start? Since when did taste triumph all? That's the stance they were taking now. I believe this has demonstrated that the spirit of the giver and the spirit of the receiver have no casual relationship. Yes, no matter how much Meibara-san struggled to make this bento, that cannot enter into consideration for the rest of us on the receiving end. Mere sophistry, Tomita-kun. It has plenty of spirit. Whether that gets through or not is the receiver's problem. That's right. Boo! Taste is more important. Enemy of the women. What was that? Ugly? Now the courtroom is in chaos. But I can't allow myself to lose. And not only avoid the punishment game, but also to protect Satoko's honor. Now then, do the defendants have a response to give? Slowly and strongly, I nod and set up to the dais. Tomita-kun and Okumura-kun, you two really think you can beat me with mere words? The prosecution just said that we should give value to the gift without basing it on the spirit of the giver. Correct? At some point, I began to speak formally. Yes, that's right. No matter how much you labored into making that bento, that labor should not factor into our grading. Then I have a question for the prosecution. If I, Meibara-san, were to take the bento I made for today and place it beside one from the store, would you both be given the same score? The prosecution hesitated to speak. Got you! That's right. A convenience store bento doesn't even come from close to a homemade one. No matter how badly it is, it has far more better spirit than a bento that you would have just bought would ever have. You see, that spirit is being graded, meaning the spirit the cook put into the bento has already reached the recipients. Admit it. Boom. With those impactful words drawn into the air behind me, I pointed my finger. Boy, this really is like Phoenix, right? I really wish there were more illustrations going on here. The girls, led by Rena, broke into applause. Some of the boys were admitting it too. I'll admit it. You admit it. You admit it, right? Then let's move to why a convenience store bento has no spirit in it. What exactly is the spirit in a bento in the first place? Objection! Maibara-san is trying to deceive the court by using abstract expression. Objection overruled. This sounds interesting, so let's listen until he's done. Got him. Now I'll show you two the difference between us. Your Honor, I'd like to call Miss Rika Furude to the stand as a witness. Meet. Even for Rika-chan, that must have seemed like a bolt from the blue. There's no doubt that she never dreamed to the point of my spear would be aiming at her. But Rika-chan, you said it before. For this showdown, it doesn't matter. Rika Furude-san, your bento today was very well made. It looks delicious. Me? Yes. Satoko and Rika-chan's bentos had been made of half of Tomita-kun's and Okumura-kun's. The prosecutor's faces turned pale, but they were too late. Rena, would you bring Okamura's-kun's bento over here? Huh? Okay, sure. Your Honor, my bento has no relevance to this case. Overruled. Your Honor, I submit Okamura-kun's bento box as evidence. Look at it. Look at what's inside. There's only half in there. It's not whether about there's half. Please, look at it a little more closely. See? They're exactly the same. Your Honor, you've seen it. Miss Rika Furude's bento is stolen from Okamura-kun's. There's no way such a thing could have had spirit in it. No, but that's just a coincidence. It's already obvious. Spirit, it's a game of catch between the giver and the receiver. The bento box, then, is the ball. That bento was something Okamura-kun was given from mother to son. That means Okamura-kun is the only one who could feel the spirit from this bento box. Now that it's been disturbed and been stolen, it no longer has that spirit. Dun dun dun! Yeah! That did it. Huh? What? Is that true? Rika-chan, is that true? Meep. Nippa. I see how it is. Mion, the judge, folded her arms and began to hum. I couldn't even take a guess as to what Mion was laughing about. Frankly, I didn't know whether I would win or lose. Okay. Before announcing my judgment, I'll start from the top. Shh. The entire classroom was quieted. First, from an objective standpoint, there's no doubt that the bento of the accused, Keiichi Maibara, must be seen as poorly made. This is something that the grading results clearly display. Ugh. But, as Kei-chan said, Cooking is not all about taste. The spirit put into it should be considered subtle seasoning. For grading, though, that would only amount to a few points. It's so subtle that it's not enough to alter the results. Ugh. Now then, I'd like to mention the original reason for today's Bento Showdown. What was the reason for it? That's right. We started to see whether the accused, Kichimibara, could cook for himself and to measure the result. Yeah, that's right. Kichi-kun did make his own bento. That stung my conscience a bit. But for the showdown, it didn't matter. So, the whole basis behind the showdown was to cook a meal for yourself. In other words, whether or not the meal was homemade. Rika-chan neglecting to do that is a much bigger problem than how good her bento is. In other words, is she disqualified? Nippa. Rika-chan let out a nippa, looking as though she had prepared herself for this outcome. Don't take it personally, Rika-chan. At our club, things like that don't matter. Keiichi did well, like I thought. You tried your hardest until the very end. Rika-chan demanded I lower my head. Then she petted it. With that over with, this case is closed. Today, last place goes to Rika Furude. What? That miraculous turnaround. And last place went to Rika-chan, the one everyone had least expected. The whole classroom went wild. I'm amazed you managed to avoid coming in last place with such a terrible bento. Satoko looked at me hatefully, but spoke in a vague kind of voice. There's no way I come in last. There's nothing in this bento that would deserve last place. But it's got ready-made side dishes and canned goods, and it has no style, and grab. Satoko was speaking more and more poorly of herself as time went on, so I roughly grabbed her head and began to stroke it. I told you, spirit is important. This bento isn't all about appearance. It's got all kinds of flavors in it. But spirit isn't the only thing. It tastes totally weird, and what about it is weird? I thought it was great. It was absolutely great. That's why I packed it. If dinner last night had been bad, then I would have never brought it to school. I would have come here with some bread and a milk carton. But... Oh, just shut up already. I caressed her head, swinging it from side to side. At some point, Rena had come up behind us. She was giggling to herself. That was the face of someone who had known everything from the beginning. When did you realize I hadn't made it? When you showed us your burns, I guess. I mean, there's nothing in your bento that you needed oil for. Rena-san, don't you think you're misunderstanding something? I didn't do anything. Huh? Satoko-chan, you weren't the one who made this bento. Then, did Keiichi-kun make it all by himself after all? Okay, then I guess he did. Rena smiled roguishly and turned from Satoko to me. When you cut cucumbers, hold the knife like this and go like this. As for the colors, you can express all sorts of things when you place vegetables in the right way. The lecture was clearly not meant for me. But you've gotten a lot better since last time you showed us. I see you've been studying. You keep it up, I bet you'll be able to make better and better dishes in no time. She continued saying words clearly meant for Satoko while facing me instead. Satoko was wearing an ambiguous look and couldn't even nod her head at her. Anyway, no matter what anyone says, I like the way my bento is today. I'm not going to share it with anyone else either. I'll eat the whole thing by myself. Wow, how greedy. Rena wants to try some too. As we were going back and forth, Satoko rubbed her eyes as though she was drowsy, then announced to Mion and everyone else, "Excuse me, the truth is, I got Tomita-san to give me some of his bento." Stupid! Hojo, what are you saying? If she kept it a secret, then at least she would have been saved. Tomita-kun looked at her with an expression filled with regret and surprise. Huh? Is that true? Really? Oh my. Mion spun her finger around, then pointed to the hallway, sentencing Satoko to the punishment game as well. Satoko left the classroom behind her, completely prepared, as though she was going with Rika-chan on an errand. I can't let Rika go alone. I will accompany her to the very depths of hell. You don't need to go that far. My word, Keiichi-san really is terrible too. Humiliating only Rika like that? He is truly a rotten person. I didn't mean... I could just return Satoko's kindness with malice. Hey, Satoko really is silly. Rika-chan spoke so that only I could hear, grinning happily. Now then, let us be off, Rika. Punishment games are one of our duties as club members. Satoko seeming awfully happy, not frustrated in the slightest, like she always was when she lost. Damn. Rika-chan's right after all. Everyone here is a moron. Mion, I'll come clean too. I didn't make my bento today. I was the same. So, I'm going with them. For the punishment game. Huh? Even you, Kei-chan? What's going on? Good luck. With the punishment game, I mean. I'll get the first aid kit ready. Call an ambulance in advance, will you? And maybe a hearse, just in case. Leaving a bewildered Mion and a happily smiled Rena behind in the classroom, I went into the hallway. What are you doing? You finally won for once. I had no idea you had such an odd taste for these punishment games that you go as far as to volunteer yourself for one. Guess so. It's a little much for a hobby, eh? I swear. I think you're underestimating this one. We're one thing, but grave harm might actually befall you, Keiichi-san. I hope you're ready to have 1 or 2 ribs broken. Ugh. That sounds like it would hurt. I don't like getting hurt. Keiichi-san, you're just gonna stand there and nod along, okay? Rika and I will smooth it over. I swear. I can't believe I have to look after you, even during a punishment game. Seriously. I already knew that her pouty behavior was a sign that she actually really was in a good mood. So it made me want to smile. Hey, I do want to eat some vegetable stir-fry. Satoko, can you make that? What? Well, there's nothing I can't do if I put my mind to it. She can make it very well. I really like Satoko's stir-fry. She was uneasy at first, but once she got assurance from Rika-chan, she turned back and looked at me once more with confident eyes. It's settled then. Let's go shopping for stuff after school today. I don't really have any idea what to buy after all. That is true, isn't it? I think it's still too early for you to go shopping at the supermarket, Keiichi-san. It would make me anxious if I wasn't watching. And Satoko makes me anxious that she'll buy the wrong thing if I'm not watching. Jeez, they're going back and forth. Rika! Me. The conversation continued as we walked until we arrived at the door to the teacher's lounge. Okay. Let's get this punishment game over with and discuss the menu for tonight. Meep. Rika-chan gleefully grabbed onto my arm. And in turn, I pulled Satoko to me, grabbing her shoulder with my other hand. We'll all be together in death. I won't let anyone die alone. We're all together. I won't let anyone die alone. What an indiscreet thing to say. I want no part of something so disturbing. She may have sounded annoyed, but she was so happy that it was going to make me blush. Alright, just beyond this door is the world after death. However, we shall return. All of us will. Yes, everyone will. Then, let us sally forth. We opened the doorway to the world of death, and like she did every day as the sun rose in the eastern sky, Chi-sensei was eating curry for lunch. It was store-bought, but she made a point of eating a different brand every day. You know, that really can't be healthy. I mean, a curry once a week, that's probably fine, but a curry every day, that definitely can't be good for you. Whoa! What? A new character? What's going on? Oh, my. Mibara-kun, Furude-san, and Hojo-san. Is something the matter? This is Chi-sensei? Hold on, stop, I was not expecting this. She appeared to be in the middle of a moment of supreme bliss, her mouth full of her beloved curry. And we were to pick a fight with her. What a crime this punishment game would be. However, it was what we had to do. For that was the rule of our club. The three of us held on each other's shoulders tightly once more. Alright, let's do this. Ready? What do you mean, ready? Keiichi-san, you're going to stay quiet. Rika and I will handle everything. Entrust your life onto me for now. Go for it. Yay. What are you all doing? We can see 2 or 3 question marks popping off the teacher's head. Alright, Satoko. This is the only time I'll trust you in my life. Because I'll be shutting my eyes tightly and only thinking about what we'll be having for dinner. I'm leaving it to you. Satoko inhaled deeply. And so... Hey, you over there. You curry... And with that, all 3 of them died. And nobody came home for dinner today. In the end, my selfish request was readily granted. As Satoko muttered complaints under her breath, quite merrily, she came with me to the store. Rika-chan didn't come with us. She said she had a thing she wanted to do or something. I believed her when she told me, but when I really thought about it, I started to think maybe she was only being considerate towards Satoko in her own way. Without Rika-chan here, Satoko was prouder and more loquacious than ever. Do you understand? Supermarkets will put things on sale when it gets near closing time. For example, you can't have stir fry without some pork, and if we wait a little longer, it'll be marked half off. They can't sell meat or fish once it's not fresh anymore. So, they make it all cheaper in a last-ditch effort not to have any left over. Of course, every veteran housewife is familiar with this concept, and when we get close to happy hour like we are now. And I wasn't really listening to her, but she was really telling me all this quite proudly. Every time I seemed surprised at something, or made an affirmative grunt in a place of conversation, Satoko would say, "You don't know anything, do you, Keiichi-san?" and smiled very proudly, in spite of her complaints. She led me by the hand to all sorts of stalls, one after the other. She was in such a supreme mood that just being with her cheered me up. Merely being pulled into Satoko's pace was a lot of fun. Hey, why don't we just go with this economy-size pack? Whoa, that's a really good-looking one with cheese in it over here. Keiichi-san, have you no financial sense? Look at this. It's over our budget. We don't have enough money. Satoko pushed a handful of receipts in my face. Why can't Satoko do these kind of mental calculations when she's at school? Drat. Should we buy a load of normal ones or buy fewer of the better stuff with cheese in it? This is quite troubling. Calm down. For boys your age, it's wiser to choose quantity over quality. Satoko, you're being too strict. A man's heart desires both quality and quantity. Why can't you understand that? No matter the size of a man's heart, his wallet won't be any bigger. I swear. Hey, stop clinging to the glass so stubbornly. Damn, Satoko, you don't have to do me dirty like that. She really speaks the truth. After enjoying ourselves in such an exchange, we started to hear energetic voices coming from over the butcher we visited earlier. I could see a handful of housewives flooding the place. Oh no. If we don't hurry, all the half-off pork will be gone. Ow, 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 don't pull me! Don't pull on my neck! Satoko really seemed like she was having fun. She looked like a kid who had grabbed her family's hand while running towards an amusement park attraction. In the end, the bag of pork we obtained was so normal that it almost hurt, but I knew that it would taste absolutely delicious. The cicadas had come out at some point, and the Higurashi were singing in chorus. The air was so clear, and it felt so good. Our silhouettes stretching out on the ground made for a really wonderful picture. We filled our bicycle baskets to the brim with our shopping bags. They only contained ingredients and various foodstuffs. Even so, every last thing packed in them sort of felt, really happy. It made me feel really happy in turn. Going shopping for dinner seems pretty sensible, too. Makes you really enjoy your meals. Can't wait to eat. That's part of cooking for yourself as well. Dinner starts while you're shopping for it. I'm so excited for this. Vegetable stir-fry isn't even my mom's cookbook. I never get to eat it unless we go out to a Chinese place. So I'm really looking forward to it today. That is indeed a pity. Then today, I will present to you an especially tasty dish. Normally, right about now, was the time I would start messing with her. But I didn't. Yeah, I bet you'll end up making something really great. Really looking forward to it. She stammered for a second. Satoko had been prepared for me to start making fun of her right then and there, too. And when it didn't come, she was surprised. Or maybe she stammered for some other reason. I don't know. But I immediately knew she wasn't feeling anything bad. Yes, I'll deliver an extraordinarily delectable dish. You'd better look forward to it. As Satoko and I rode back on our bikes, I had a thought. Was I this sort of person? Till now, I would have lashed back at Satoko right away if I did something to her. If she did something to me. Yeah, that was the kind of relationship we had. We would poke at each other a little, then kick up a storm while nitpicking at one another. At some point, that had changed. We weren't playing our usual tit for tat. I didn't provoke her, so we didn't fight. That went for Satoko, too. Satoko, who I thought I knew, hadn't been like this until now. Our relationship was changing little by little. That's what it felt like. But it wasn't something I had to worry. It was like our relationship had becoming a little bit happier, a little bit more charming. I wonder why we changed like this. Was she lonely and projecting her older brother Satoshi, who hadn't returned home, onto me? Rika-chan told me about that yesterday. That was probably exactly it. So, as my actions grew closer to Satoshi's, Satoko was returning to how she'd been when she was living with her brother. In other words, this Satoko was the real Satoko. Satoko had been able to see her brother again, and had finally gone back to normal. Now that I've been playing the role of her brother, I discovered that she really could smile so sweetly. But I wasn't Satoshi Hojo. I was Keiichi Mabara, a totally different person. I couldn't become her brother. I could come close, but I could never really get there. I was vaguely somehow a little sad. I was wearing Satoshi's mantle, and that would have had to come off one day. And that would doubtlessly put an end to this meager, nostalgic, peaceful time of Satoko's. A limited tranquility. A tranquility that would end one day. Putting it in those terms, it really was sad. I shook my head firmly and drove those pointless thoughts. What's the matter, Keiichi-san? Sorry, it was nothing. If it's nothing, then please don't act all strange like that. Makes me worried that you might actually have eaten something rotten. Right. Sorry, Satoko. Nagging like always, but she still seemed really happy. That mood of hers drew me in, putting a smile on my own face. Hey, Keiichi Mabara. Why don't we quit thinking about having it to end one day? If it will, then just think about it when that happens. There was one thing, however, that I could say for sure. As long as I smiled like this, Satoko's own smile would never wane. So as long as I stay like this tranquility would never end. Satoshi would come back one day too. That might happen a lot further away than I'd like, but until that day, what's wrong with me being a replacement for him? Saying that I'm not her real brother, so I can't become Satoshi? That was just an excuse. If I just didn't run away, Satoko would stay happy and live a fun life of annoyed nitpicking. I don't know what happened to Satoshi, or what made him abandon Satoko and run away. But seeing Satoko in such a good mood made me think I could persevere as long as I needed to. So this is what I thought. I wouldn't become Satoshi. I would become a replacement brother. This is it. This is the kind of stir-fry I was waiting for. It's great. It's absolutely great. The salt and pepper in the broth? Man, I could eat an entire pot of this. Stop that, Keiichi-san. You're spilling food everywhere. The food isn't going to run away. You don't need to eat so fast. No, it will run away. The best and freshest flavors are running away from the moment the meal is completed. If you were to make 100 delicious things, then I would have the duty to taste every one of them. It's just good manners to do so. Your feelings are more than enough, so calm down and enjoy your food. You're right, I'm sorry. No insults here. I meekly scratched my head and then put down my chopsticks and laughed along with her, like it was funny. I ended up doing most of the eating. Satoko was barely taking a bite. She seemed satisfied just watching me enjoy the food so much. Whenever I filled my mouth with more of her delicious meal, Satoko looked glad. That let me enjoy the food even more. In this way, she kept smiling happily the whole time. Looking at her made me really happy as well. The time passed softly and gently. Before, I would have gone back and forth hurling insults with Satoko. In other words, we would have gotten into a fight right away. I never known I could feel such peace of mind by talking to her honestly like this. I was a little bit happy about having discovered this new side of Satoko. For example, I was eating food that Satoko had made. There wasn't an inch of me that thought it was suspicious. Before, however, Satoko would have definitely put some sort of trap into this. I think I ate too much. I'm gonna take a dump. Hey, Keiichi-san. It's bad manners to say such words during a meal. Then what should I say? I'm going to the bathroom? The toilet? The lavatory? Satoko looked down with her face bright red and pointed to the hallway as if to say, just go already. Whoops. My old habits seem to have come back. But, yeah, this wasn't that bad either. No weird schemes, everything is just natural. And while having such utterly unguarded thoughts, I went into the bathroom. Tug. My foot caught on something string-like. Huh? Ooh. And let that be a lesson, kids. Never let your guard down in front of a pretty lady. A kettle? Wash tubs? Satoko! She got me. I can't believe her. She always does this when I let my guard down. I can't relax for a minute around her. Still, it was kind of funny. I didn't really feel like getting angry. Satoko, laughing uproariously, came over. See? See? I knew you'd fall for it sooner or later. Why, you little... I let my guard down for 1 second, and this is what I get. I picked up all the wash tubs that had hit me in the head and went to go hit Satoko with them. But then I doubled over with the laughter that was being welled up within me, so I couldn't manage it. I wish things could go on like this forever. It's not like I was having the most fun since coming to Hinamizawa or anything. But it was probably the first time that I spent my day so simply and comfortably. It really wasn't worth much. It was only a few hours after all. As an only child, it was my first taste of having a sibling. Just washing dishes with her felt really nice. Side by side, we washed, with the experienced Satoko doing most of the work as I threw in an appropriate word to add the conversation. The scene was so commonplace, and yet so mild and warm. Maybe I had felt this kind of warmth before too in my past. I think I stood next to the sink with my mother like this when I was little. Made me feel nostalgic when I remembered it. It was the same sort of slow, easy time. It was tranquil. Such a quiet tranquility that the fact I wasn't uneasy about anything itself almost made me uneasy. Hey, wait, Kichimabara. You feel uneasy about something just from spending time so leisurely? There's nothing at all to feel uneasy about. I mean, why would I be punished for enjoying a gentle life? I'd do anything to keep these days going, and I would never do anything bad no matter what. I work hard for it, and endured much for it. So God, it's not much of a dream to want this kind of thing to keep on going, but can't you grant it? Oh? Is that not the telephone? Who could it be at this hour? Oh, you're right. I hadn't noticed until she mentioned it. I hurried to stand up and then ran to the phone. Who could it be at a time like this? I did feel like, a little, the phone interrupted my happy moment. But I still want to brag about how happy the time was spending made me, no matter who it was on the other side. Hello? This is Maybara speaking. Hello? Keiichi? It's your mother. Oh, hello, Mom. What is it? It's pretty late. That was a little cold of me, when she was only calling because she was worried about her son. I couldn't help but give myself a dry smile. It sounds like you're doing just fine for yourself. I was worried that you couldn't make it to make dinner and went to bed hungry. Nah, it worked out. Did you make dinner properly? What'd you have tonight? It was a vegetable stir-fry, rice, and miso soup. Bought stuff at the supermarket, plus a whole bunch of side dishes just for fun. Oh yeah, and listen to this. I got the pork on during the sale. Got half off. Things a housewife knows, right? And also, all that was thanks to Satoko, and that's something I should be proud of. But still, I couldn't help but want to boast about the dinner tonight. It seemed like Mom got the hint that I was in a really good mood. I see. I'm so relieved you're doing just fine. Oh, yes, another thing. Your dad and I finished up with our job. We think we'll be back tomorrow afternoon or evening. Oh, I see. You did well for 2 nights. We've been pulling all-nighters too. It was a lot of work, but we managed to fill the gap with your dad's mentor's event. Cool. That's good. Well done. Why did my parents coming home seem so disappointing? I knew a little bit of the reason, of course. The tranquility I never wanted to end was about to end so readily, and it was a little painful. After being asked what kind of souvenir I wanted from Tokyo, and replying that anything edible would be great, I put down the receiver as Satoko appeared, having finished cleaning up her trap. At first, Satoko was in a very good mood, but when she saw me put down the receiver with an uncertain expression, her own clouded over a bit. It seemed like she'd gotten the gist of what my phone conversation had been about. Was that your parents, Keiichi-san? Yeah. Mom says they'll be back tomorrow. Oh, that's good then. I won't have to go to the trouble of making you dinner tomorrow. Now you can enjoy your meals with just your family. No, that's not it. When I think about the dull, plain dinner table coming back tomorrow, it's a little lonely. You sure do live in luxury. A family sitting around the dinner table is the most fun way to enjoy a meal after all. Her brother, Satoshi, running away from home came to mind immediately. But there was no gloom in the way she said it. It was only for 2 days, but they were very enjoyable dinners. Well then, next time I'll go to your house and visit. Huh? Satoko momentarily made a happy smile, but a second later, it changed into an expression of surprise. My house is small, and it's dirty, and the kitchen isn't as good as this one. Well, I don't mind, but, well, if you don't want to, then I won't. Satoko shook her head firmly, her whole body expressing in denial. I gotta get you to teach me a whole bunch of more stuff, too. Finally managed to figure out how the rice cooker works and how to cook miso soup after all. That's right, isn't it? Perhaps we should use this opportunity to have you learn more about cooking. It was so like Satoko to take this chance to proclaim that it was all for my sake. But there was no way to conceal her own enthusiasm. It was true that this gentle time would come to an end when my parents got back. There was no need to lament that, though. I can easily put in the effort to continue our mild moments like this. Like yesterday, Satoko told me she didn't need to be escorted home. But Rika-chan wasn't with her tonight. She'd be going home by herself. Everyone knew everyone else's faces here in Hinamizawa, so it wasn't like it was dangerous to go out at night, but still wasn't a good idea to send a little girl on her way home all alone. At the very least, that's what I thought as Satoko's older brother. I'll take you as far as the school at least. There's more light over in that direction. It's really fine, alright? If someone bad shows up, I will take them down with one finger. There was no point in pressing her any more on that subject, so I took a handful of Satoko's hair and rubbed her head vigorously. Come on, Satoko, don't complain so much. Your Nini will bring you part of the way there. That's what I was about to say, when I suddenly got embarrassed and my voice trailed off. Nini could only be the nickname Satoko gave to her older brother, and nothing else. I was about to use it pretty lightly, so I started to feel apologetic and a little ashamed. Nini. Huh? What did Satoko just say? Well, Kichi-san just seems like an older brother. That is what I said. It's not quite right, but you seem kind of alike, so I just... Satoko laughed awkwardly and turned red in the face. Of course, I was embarrassed when I saw her too. Because of the fact I was trying to act like her brother had gotten across. A warm feeling spread out from my chest. It was completely different from romantic feelings or any of those more impatient emotions. It was much more graceful, quiet, warm, and calm. Satoko still needed her Nini. I had initially thought Rika-chan was being sly by not coming today. But when I thought about it like this, I could feel a thoughtfulness of her worrying about a good friend's feelings. Maybe Rika-chan had understood that she couldn't play the part of her brother herself. So then... No. Let's stop there, Kichimabara. There's no point in thinking about it so hard. It means everyone feels the same way. It means everyone wants Satoko to be happy. Satoko was acting as though her Nini running away from home didn't bother her at all, even though that wasn't actually the case. She was very sad, and always waiting for him to come home. Because Satoko was a stable person when she was his sister. In order for her to be this level-headed, having a brother was something she couldn't do without. In other words, Satoko still needed a brother. Nobody had the right to smile it away as childish immaturity. In fact, they deserve praise for being so close to each other as siblings. The role of brother should be played by her real Nini, by Satoshi. But unfortunately, he wasn't here. So since I'm here, I'll play that part. And not with a guilty conscience, but in a very natural way. Because, was there something wrong with seeing Satoko smile so happily? What is it, Keiji-san? You've been smirking for quite a while now. Is it weird for me to look happy? It isn't weird or anything, but, well, the sound of the motor on her bike light was too loud. I couldn't hear what Satoko said. Huh? What? What did you say? Nothing. You really are just like Nini, you know? Keiichi-san. Is that right? Of course, you're completely different from my real Nini. But, like, there's things that you do the same. It's really a mystery. The same. Do you feel lonely when you remember Nini? Once I said that, I thought for a moment that was absolutely the wrong thing to say. But Satoko didn't seem to mind it one bit. It's not that I'm lonely, since Keiichi-san is being my Nini for me right now. Well, I was flustered for a moment at her hitting the mark. Satoko suddenly asked me a question in a calm voice. It was very quiet, composed, an adult question. Was it Rika? It was quiet, but her voice sounded lonely somehow. Didn't Rika ask you to act like my Nini for me? Is that what you think? Please don't take offense. Rika is strangely considerate of me, but it really doesn't bother me that much. I can say for sure that, at least, was a lie. Yesterday and today, Soka have been so happy spending time like this with me as a siblings, and that was proof itself that she was lying about it not getting to her. So I gave Satoko a light poke on the head. You're thinking too much, dummy. I'm me, Keiichi Mabara. Not your needy. Not Satoshi Hojo. I know that. Despite her saying that, her expression seemed a little lonesome. At this point, Satoko herself realized that her question had been the wrong thing to say. We didn't need to keep talking about something that Satoko regretted. So in order to cut the conversation short, I grabbed Satoko's head and petted her. Let's not talk about silly things like that. It's getting late, so go back home, brush your teeth, and go to bed. And rinse your mouth before sleeping too. It'll keep you from getting a cold. It's ready tomorrow. And I wonder what kind of siblings Satoko and Satoshi were. Never seen them together, but I could say without a doubt that they were really close. As for the way in which they were close, it was probably quite like this. It was so cold that the day's heat seemed like a lie, and yet the moonlight was somehow faintly warm. The quiet chorus of the insects was pleasing to the ears. That was actually very wholesome to read. I actually like that. Alright. Well, I think we're gonna save it here and pick it off another time. Trials and tribulations. A clear conscience wins the day. Well, that should do it. I would hate to end it on this right now, but unfortunately I'm out of time. But that was really good so far. I'm really liking the dynamic between the two. And you know, I think that speaks for volume on the kind of person that Satoko and Keiichi are as people. They really have this sort of dynamic that you don't really see too often. So, I really feel like this chapter will definitely be the most heartfelt. At least in my mind. I could be wrong, but, you know, we'll see what happens. Anyways, let me send you all to someone who's probably a little more entertained than me right now. Let's see, who's streaming right now at this very moment? Let's give a raid. Wait, almost knocked over my Coke. Let's see if she's on right now. Nope, not right now. Ah, come on. Slow computer. Let's see, who can we raid right now? You know what? Colt is on right now. Yeah, why not? Let's raid in a Colt. Lone Star Colt. I'm sure he'd like that. Anyways, thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed today's stream. If there's anything else you'd like to watch, please let us know. Don't forget to check out our Discord and follow us on social media. We'll be coming at you guys hot and heavy with some really good stuff. Tomorrow we're going to continue on with Zirconia. Hope you all will enjoy that. And as always, respect the classics.